Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
As chairman of the Nash County Board of Commissioners, I now call to order the May 18th, 2026 meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners. We will have an invocation by Commissioner Gwen Wilkins and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Wayne Outlaw. Please stand.
Let us pray. God, thank you that you are near to the brokenhearted and you never abandon your children. Your word tells us not to be anxious about anything, but to bring our requests to you. So today we release every burden into your hands. We surrender every anxious thought, every restless night, every fearful feeling, and every heavy heart. Help us to remember that every battle we face is not ours alone, and that you are there to guide us. Guide this Board of Commissioners as we conduct the business of Nash County, and God bless Nash County and the United States. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Our first item on our agenda is the 24-25 audit. I call on Nikki Stanton.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Mr. Alan Thompson of Thompson Price Scott Adams and Company is present this afternoon to provide an update on the fund balance and to address any questions the board may have regarding the information previously submitted. Mr. Thompson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. You should have two reports in front of you. One is a larger report, which is the audit report itself, and then the smaller one, I think, is where we made a mistake in a calculation, and that calculation's on page 5 regarding the unassigned fund balance in our presentation. In your larger report on page 19, I'm going to try to tie all these together. So on page 5 of the presentation summary, should be highlighted. It's the 5th number down under unassigned fund balance.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, when you say presentation summary, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about this one? We've got 3 up here.
Should be this one right here, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry. And then when I said the audit report itself, it's the larger one, and it's page 19 of that. I
Okay.
apologize. So page 5 of that presentation summary should have 2 highlighted numbers in that first column, the 2025 number. And on page 19, we'll be looking at the 3rd number from the bottom in the first column. So that $48,389,746 of unassigned fund balance on page 19 of your audit, and 3rd number from the bottom, ties to that 5th number down on your presentation summary, unassigned fund balance that's highlighted. And our formula on the presentation summary, we hadn't changed anything on the audit's all good. Our formula on the presentation summry,
One minute, the page 19.
it's in this book right here, sir, I'm sorry. The actual audit itself.
The big book.
Yes, sir. You can see where our unassigned fund balance ties out, but what we had done, if you went up a few numbers on the audit report, there was a stabilization by state statute, which is $11,095,406. On the unassigned fund balance calculation formula in our Excel spreadsheet on this presentation summary, we had counted it twice, which reduced it and reduced that percentage, which is our fault in our presentation summary. It didn't change the audit at all. But what it did, is it took your unassigned fund balance as a percentage from 29.33 that we said earlier. The actual number is 38.05%. And that unassigned fund balance is just what it showed in the audit report. So as you looked on that page 19, you can see there's 5 different categories of the fund balance. And the main one we were talking about here was the unassigned fund balance. And so that 38.05% represents the largest it's been in any of the 5 years shown here. And I apologize that we had double counted that RSS in our presentation to you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you've got of me in regards to the audit or the presentation summary. And you can see, if you looked at the presentation summary, on page 7, if you flipped over a couple pages, on the bottom of that page, you would see where the nice uptrend there for the current year, or the 24-25 year, shows in the 38.05% in unassigned fund balance. So that all was just a double counting in the formula on the presentation summary with no impact on the actual audit whatsoever. So again, I apologize for that.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Thompson? Commissioner Davis?
Paul, I'm just curious, I mean, we got this explained to us after the meeting. Did you feel compelled to come back and go through it again? Just make, I guess you were, let me say this right. Was it that big of an error that you felt compelled to come back and explain it to us again?
Well, I understood y'all wanted me to come back and say we were wrong and this is the correct number, and I don't have any problem doing anything that the board may ask me to do. So that was, from a practical standpoint, it's not that big of an issue because the unassigned fund balance is the same as it is in the audit.
Correct.
The LGC is going to calculate their own percentage.
That's right.
So I'm here to make sure you're comfortable, and that's what I'm here for.
Well, I appreciate that. One more question. I mean, this looks real rosy when you first look at it. It looks great. But when you compare it to other counties throughout the state, we really fall right in the middle of the pack as far as where we stand on fund balance, is the way I see it in comparing numbers like I do too much of. But it's good, but it's not as good as it may look like it is what I'm saying.
I wouldn't have any disagreement with that whatsoever.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to recall, I failed to pull out my book from last year to see what our unassigned fund balance was when we got our audit report last year. I believe last year, I'm trying to recall, I had asked Ms. Stanton to provide that fund balance number when I was chairman. And Manager, I believe that number that was provided was like 37 million. Do you recall?
It should be just to the right under
It's in
24. It's 36,220,000 in terms of what it was actually in the audit report.
Okay, so when did we first realize that we had an increase in our fund balance from last year of like $11 million? I mean, I know I'm a little slow, but I'm just trying to figure this out. That's a whole lot of money, and it's a significant amount of money. And I tell you, you know, you say it's not, I don't know if it puts us in the middle of the pack or not, I don't know, but I know that I believe the state requires 8% fund balance, and I believe our goal is 20% fund balance, and this is a 38% fund balance, so I'd find it a little hard to believe that the vast majorities of counties in North Carolina have a 38% fund balance.
Look at
But I'd like, excuse me, Mr. Davis, I'm speaking to the auditor, but I'd like you to actually provide that information by county if you could, so we could compare our county to other counties.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to, I'll send you the list. The group weighted average is there on page 7, but I'll send you a list of everybody's fund balance and unassigned fund balance.
So I guess my question is, if the fund balance went up 11 million, was that as a result of the tax rate that we set at revaluation, or where did that come from?
So in last year's budget, we were asked to ensure that we funded all positions.
Right.
So the fact that we had a vacancy rate, and we didn't account for that in budgeting, so the money was there. Those funds were left over. Help me remember what our factors are that contributed to that. The rebound?
We under budgeted revenue. Tax office gave a lower number than they should have for revenue.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We did get some incorrect information from our tax office, and that is reflected in my message today. You'll see in the budget message today where you're going to see some larger than normal numbers, and that was because we were given incorrect information last year, so.
Okay. If you would provide that county information, I'd appreciate it.
Happy to do
Thank you,
that.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess just to follow up, so this is the first time we've notified the public. I know, understand the audit's correct from our March meeting, but since March, we haven't notified the public that there was $11 million error in the presentation. So this is the first time publicly we've announced this to inform the public. So thank you for doing this. I'm sorry it took so long to get you back here, but I do appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come. And just for the citizens of Nash County, I mean, to some, $11 million may not be a lot, but to a lot of the citizens in Nash County, it's an extreme amount. So thank you for clarifying that and how that come about. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or any other comments from Mr. Thompson or the staff? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
We will now move to item number 5, the annual report to the people of Nash County by the North Carolina Cooperative Extension. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This time last year, I stood before you as Sandy Hall introduced me as the new Cooperative Extension Director. Today, I am pleased to present Nash County Extension's 2025 Report to the People. Cooperative Extension is a partnership between NC State University, North Carolina A&T State University, and Nash County government. The mission of Nash County Cooperative Extension is to provide research-based education through personalized service and hands-on learning, equipping citizens with the knowledge and skills needed to enhance well-being, promote prosperity, and strengthen the community. The core focus of this mission includes agriculture and food, health and nutrition, and 4-H development. What I will share today is a summary of our activities and the impacts in the community. And I do have a few infographics on the screen, and you also have a packet that should have it there too. Some of our highlights that I'd like to share. Last year, our extension agents reached 8,208 people through educational programs with 797 hours of instruction. In addition, 595 growers earned continuing education credits towards their pesticide license. We also have a booming youth program in Nash County with traditional 4-H programs and school enrichments. Over 100 classrooms this school year experienced the joy of hatching chickens through the embryology curriculum, while 245 youth participated in at least one of our 15 different 4-H clubs. We also have a newer initiative here in the county which allowed 90 people, mostly seniors, to increase their basic computing skills and receive a laptop. Through our digital newsletters, website, social media, and the radio, we've reached over 1.5 million people in 2025. We've been blessed with over $269,000 in grants, sponsorships, and other fundraisers. 53,000 customers bought local produce and meat at the Nash County Farmers Market, keeping their dollars in the county. Volunteers with our 4-H program, Master Gardeners, and CRD Council volunteered 5,437 hours of their time, valued at $189,000. Agriculture is an important part of Nash County's economic sector. After attending different educational classes, over 4,000 crop producers had the opportunity to adopt best management practices related to nutrient management, conservation, production, and pest control. Finally, we offered financial literacy classes where 95% of the attendees planned to create and maintain a household spending plan. These were some of the highlights of our extension program, and I just want to briefly share with you some of the activities that you could see any given month. Agriculture and food is one of our core missions. Extension keeps North Carolina's $100+ billion ag industry growing and sustainable by connecting producers with research-based information and technology they need. Our agriculture agents can be found in the field, visiting farmers and growers, helping with problems, or just saying hi and connecting them with the resources they might need. We hold numerous grower meetings for hundreds of folks in the different commodity groups. 64 hours of pesticide training was offered last year. And last but not least, our agents are involved with on-farm research trials through the university system here in Nash County. These commodities include cotton, corn, soybeans, and sweet potatoes. That research is being done right here in Nash County with our growers. .4-H youth development is very important in Nash County. Extension's 4-H programs address the diverse issues of today's youth, helping hundreds of thousands of youth grow into healthier, more involved generations of future leaders. We have numerous clubs. Right now, we are advertising for summer camps. We hold district, state, and national leadership events that the youth can become involved with. And let's not forget our animal shows, which include, right now, beef, sheep, swine, goats, poultry, and rabbits. Our last of the core missions is health and nutrition. We help people make healthier decisions, reduce their risk of chronic disease, and live better lives through a wealth of programs from nutrition to local foods to food safety. Our cooking and food preservation classes are very popular and always sell out right after they're announced. Food safety training to the school system is one of our core activities as well. And 8-week sessions of LIFT, Lifelong Improvements Through Fitness Together, are held at the Nash County Senior Center. Not in our core mission, but very important to our cause, we also offer community development and digital skill programming. This could include financial management, which everybody is looking towards now in this economy, disaster preparedness, especially getting ready for hurricane season in the fall, grant writing, basic computer classes, and a career navigator course that will help young people build a resume and design a LinkedIn profile so that they can secure employment. Our goal is threefold, and some of the pillars that I see impacting our community include youth preparedness and workforce pipeline, economic vitality for ag producers, and healthy families and food safety. Over 3,000 youth increased their STEM and agriculture knowledge, including studies with animals, plants, biology, technology, and engineering. So we are securing Nash County's future workforce as best we can. Another one of our goals is to strengthen farm profitability by improving yield and reducing loss. Again, thousands of crop producers have had very many opportunities to improve their knowledge, attitude, or skills when it comes to management practices, pest management, financial farm management, to help them be sustainable and profitable. 280 participants also gained knowledge in best management practices in landscape, turf, and gardening, including pest and soil management. 230 individuals gained knowledge and skills related to vegetable and fruit gardening. This is a very popular topic for folks now who are trying to learn how to grow their own food. And 86 participants increased livestock production knowledge through our new Cattlemen's Association. We have had an impact on families and adults who have increased their consumption of fruit and vegetables and decreased their consumption of sodium and sugar. We are helping adults set goals, manage their stress, and gain basic financial management knowledge to help them be healthy and happy. In our food safety category, 252 food handlers increased their knowledge and skills in safe food handling practices, while 142 school personnel increased their knowledge of HACCP principles. And like I said, our home food preservation technique classes are very popular, and we helped 109 people learn how to do that safely last year. So I have been here for a year, and I have had a minimal impact on this report as compared to the members of our team. So I would like to just introduce the members of our team that are here, and I would like to say thank you for all of their hard work. If they could stand up. Tracy Dixon, Community and Rural Development. Colby Griffin, Commercial and Consumer Horticulture. Amy Orman, 4-H Program Assistant. And Brittany Pendleton, Field Crops and Pesticide Coordinator. They believe in this mission and they work very hard. And I would like to thank Nash County for your continued support of our cooperative extension program so we can continue to impact the citizens. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Belfield?
I noticed on 4-H, you have 15 clubs with 245 members. Are any of those clubs just special interest? Just, they concentrate on just one thing, basically one thing?
We do have like an electricity club that would be a special interest club, a sewing club, shooting sports. So they are just working with one project. But there are some community clubs where the youth can decide which projects they would like to participate in.
Food safety. Did you have anyone included who cater? Basically, that's all they do, cater to different activities.
Have we trained any caterers? Is that your question?
Any of those participants in food safety, were any of them just caterers handling special activities?
Not that I'm aware of. Most of those participants are families or homesteaders that are learning to do that for their own food supply.
Well, I've noticed here recently that there are some out there, that's all they do is cater to activities. And I don't know about what facilities they do it in, but maybe the health department, which check restaurants and all that and give them a grade, need to take a look at that too.
Yes, yes.
Okay, any other comments? Commissioner Howell?
I'd just like to say thank you to you and your team for your efforts and what you do behind the scenes to keep agriculture growing in Nash County. It's a big part of the economic development in the county, and I know y'all are heavily involved working with them every day through all aspects, so just thank you for what y'all do and your team.
Thank you. We do it because we love it.
Commissioner Leggett?
I'd also like to say thank you for what y'all do. Y'all touch so many aspects of the community, not just agriculture, but the youth development and community development as well. Agriculture is a big driver here in Nash County, and you guys are certainly a big part of that, so thank you.
All right. I got a curiosity question. The growers, do they have to earn that pesticide credit every year, or is it a?
They have a 2 or 3 year period in which they have to gain a certain number of continuing education credits, and so Brittany will hold different classes every year, and they will come in order to get the number of credits they need to continue to hold their pesticide license.
Okay, all right. Well, Ms. Bridges did come to Drake's community and held a digital skills class training for the residents. And Tracy Dixon is always keeping me and my group busy with community and rural development. You know, we have an annual banquet that we always like to invite commissioners and others to come. So thank you for what y'all do.
Thank you. Thank you. And you'll see in your packet, I've put in some longer text for some success stories from each of our agents that you can read at your leisure to see the financial impact they're making.
All right, thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay, our next item on the agenda, item number 6, salary study presentation. Ms. Tia Fuller.
Good afternoon. Nash County has retained Piedmont Triad Regional Council to conduct an annual market pay study covering approximately 1/3 of our workforce each year. At the board's request, Mr. David Hill will provide an overview of the study methodology, present the general findings for Nash County, including a review of benchmark positions included in his analysis. So at this time, I invite Mr. David Hill up to the podium here.
I mean, he can do it or John can do it.
slides for you. And he's in the back.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure to be with you.
All right, how you doing? Good.
I'm going to talk to you for a very short period of time today, talking to you about 6 months' worth of activity with the county. So all of the information I'm going to provide to you was the result of a lot of work by a lot of people, resulting in some recommendations regarding how the county compares to an identified local market. But the beginning of the study, the methodology, the process, the procedure is just a collection of data, a collection of as much information as I can collect from as many sources as I can collect that data from to make the best interpretation and recommendations that I can. But in the first slide is the first group. And perhaps technically the second group. In 23-24, we did take a look at all of the public safety classifications and made some recommendations, I believe, that were adopted at that time. But the beginning of the 1/3 group, in the slide that you're looking at now, is the group that we looked at for this fiscal year. The next page has what will be known as Group 2 of the cycle. That'll be the group that we'll look at next fiscal year. And then in the next page is starting back or ending with the public safety group. So I begin each study with a review, an analysis, an interpretation of the workforce. And the information I'm going to show you and talk to you about right now is based on a single snapshot of the workforce at a specific period of time. This is at the very beginning of the study. This is data from last August. So I first must talk to you about standard deviation, bell curve. And there's a lot of data that goes into the development of what you're looking at in that slide. And you first have to make some assumptions about a lot of information. Is the sample size large enough? And is the data appropriate? So I'm not saying to you that every workforce should have a standard deviation. I'm not saying to you that every workforce would have a distribution, whether that's based on employee salaries or employee performance or any other data point that you want to consider would look like that. But I do want you to keep this in mind as we look at the next couple of slides. This is what a perfect workforce would look like. Again, making a lot of assumptions. But in that workforce, and this is also assuming a mature workforce, and our definition of a mature workforce, based on historical data, is an average years of employment between 8 and 10 years. And if you have a mature workforce, and again, if the sample size is large enough, I should be able to find about 2/3 of your employees in the middle 1/3 of that bell curve. That's also representation of a number of other things. One of them is a salary grade range with the minimum or entry-level salaries on the far left, the midpoint, or what's known as the market value, in the middle, and the maximum salaries on the far right side. In the next slide, the first thing I take a look at is how long have employees been working here. So in this slide is a lot of information. And again, this is a snapshot from last August. Each one of those bars is representing the number of employees who were working for you at that time, who came to work for you in each of those calendar years. What it does not represent is the number of employees who actually came to work for you in each of those calendar years. It represents the number who were employed with you at that snapshot time. This is also a good representation of recruitment and retention. You can see the highest bars are over on the left side, the most current years. And if we followed those first two bars on the left, if we follow those bars over the next 3 to 5 years, those highest bars would begin to look like those bars to the left or to the right of it. And that's just based on historical data. Local governments have histories of sometimes doing a great job of recruiting, not so great of retaining employees. However, based on the data from last August in the bottom left, you can see that your average years of employment for the current group was 8.25 years. On the bottom right side of that same slide or page is a look at your entire workforce. So the current group, average years of employment, 8.25 years. Your overall workforce has an average years of employment of 7.98 years. So by our definition, you have a mature workforce. But again, and I have to go back to my bell curve, and I do have to make an apology I should have made before. I cannot recreate a bell curve. My bell curves look like St. Louis arches sometimes. That curve represents a 20-year career. So again, assuming standard deviation and making sure that all of those factors are met, I should see more bars in the middle. You do have, obviously, you can look to the right side of the end of that bar, which represents a 20-year career, the number of employees who've been working with you. You have a number of employees who've been working with you a very long time. You've got one employee who's been with you since 1978. So when I'm looking at this graph, by numbers, you're a mature workforce. By the number of employees who've come to you most recently, you really have a less than a mature workforce. You have over 21% of your employees who've been with you less than 2 years. You have almost 56% of your employees who've been with you less than 5 years. And over 70% who've been with you less than 10 years. In the next slide is where I take a look at employee salaries. So where are employee salaries in relation to their pay grade range? So here I'm taking a look at, okay, I know I've got an average years of employment of 8.25 years with this current group. What you're looking at is the salary distribution of that current group. So as you look at that, and again, my bell curve here represents the full range of your pay grades, which is a little over 61%, which just means that your maximum salary in each grade is 61% greater than the minimum salary, which makes the midpoint of the market value of your ranges about 30%. So again, back to the standard deviation, if I've got a mature workforce, which the numbers support, then I should be able to find a lot of bars around that 30% range in the middle of that graph. But you've got 46% of your employees whose salaries are less than 2% above their grade minimum salary. You've got 62% of your employees whose salaries are less than 5% above the minimum of their grade. And you've got over 76% of your employees whose salaries are less than 10% above the minimum of their salary grade range. The average salary for the employees in this current group, their salaries on average are 7.89% above minimum. What this graph also represents is what salary compression looks like. So you've got 70%, you've got over 76% of your employees in this current group whose salaries are less than 10% above minimum, which means that any brand new employee who comes to work technically is going to be coming to work at a salary within 10% of employees who've been with you for some other extended period of time. In the next slide is where I take a look at the last 10% of employees who came to work. Again, at the time period here is August. And 10% of your workforce would be about 66 employees. So I take a look at what departments are they coming to work. So here I'm looking at are there departments that are not necessarily hiring a lot of people, or they're necessarily hiring a lot of people? What is the labor market? And I always have to be careful with this graph because health, DSS, sheriff, the three largest departments obviously have a greater opportunity of employing more people than the smaller departments. But just from this graph, you can see that of the last 10%, the last 66 employees who came to work, 20 of those were in social services. And then 14 were within EMS, and then you can see the rest of them. And again, there's nothing in this chart that causes me any concern or shines a light on a potential issue. This is a chart that I see from just about every other county government that I work with. And going back to the other charts, I told you that that one chart was a good example of salary compression. The other chart, years of service. Those are not unique to Nash County. I can tell you that in all the other local governments that I work with, their charts that I show them of those same data points, your graphs look just like theirs. So those charts, when I say that you've got salary compression and that you've got a lot of relatively new employees, that holds true for every local government in the state. Now, moving on, we'll talk about the market. When I begin a study, I pull up Google Maps. I look at where I'm going to be working. And I take an initial look of about an hour's drive from here. Who are all of those local governments within an hour's drive of here? And I'm certainly not going to include every local government within an hour's drive of here, but I then take a look at who are those local governments in this geographic area that would provide to me a good, balanced listing of local governments that Nash County could be compared to. It would not be appropriate for me to come before you with a listing of all of those local governments that pay the most, nor would it be appropriate for me to come and compare you to those that pay the least. I'm coming to you with a good representation grouping of local governments that are representative of the geographic area. So of those, we've identified Franklin County, Halifax, Johnston, Pitt, Vance, Wake, Wayne, Wilson. And then you can see my note underneath about municipal governments. In your first grouping, health, DSS, all of the other departments, none of your departments in this first cycle have counterparts in municipal governments. So that's why you won't see those municipal governments listed as having comparable classifications or positions to health and DSS, so forth. Now we'll talk about comparisons. So within each of the identified one-third groups, we will look at and compare every position. So with each of the thirds, for every department, we will look at every position in each of those departments. Now, at the same time, we will identify a group of positions that are known as benchmark positions. Those are positions outside of the identified current group. Looking at positions one-third each year has a lot of benefits, but there are also certain classifications that if you wait 3 years to look at a certain group of classifications or a position, then you may have fallen further behind the market. So there are a group of benchmark positions that we will identify each year because those will change each year based on the group that we're looking at. And we will follow that group of benchmark classifications just to keep an eye on where the market is going with those positions. So each year there will be that core group of departments that we will look at every position. But in each of the one-third years, there will also be a handful of those benchmark classifications that we'll look at. So in the next slide, it's just restating what I just talked about. These are just a representative group of classifications that we just need to keep an eye on. And I'll talk more about those benchmark classifications in a moment. But the primary focus will be on each of the positions that are in each of the identified years, each of the one-third years. But there are lots, and I won't stand here and read all of this to you. The benchmark classifications are, again, that representative group that will change each year depending on which group is included in each of the 1/3 years. Next year, Health and DSS won't be that focus group, but next year, out of Health and DSS, just using those two as examples, we'll probably look at public health nurse, we'll probably look at social worker, we'll probably look at income maintenance caseworker. So there will be classifications out of this current group that will become benchmark positions next year. So again, just going through the slides, I won't stand here before you and read all of that to you. We're looking at positions, we're looking at a representative group of positions. For the primary group, I will come back with recommendations about where they are compared to the market, what are some of the recommendations that we can take a look at. Now, regarding recommendations, going back to our definition of a mature workforce, between 8 and 10 years. And you can see from the data that we looked at already, you technically have a mature workforce. You're in that 8-year period of time. So when we looked at the options, and looking back at the slide where there's salary compression, how can we begin to look at or address salary compression? How can we begin to create some separation of salaries of longer-serving employees compared to those brand-new employees who have come or will be coming to work? And again, right now, you're over 76% of your employees whose salaries are compressed within less than a 10% above minimum grouping. And again, as I said earlier, that means that every brand-new employee who comes to work potentially is coming to work earning almost the same as somebody who's been here a long time. So the options that we looked at began also to include how do we also take a look at the salary compression issue. And there's where we work with a lot of different models. The 8-year model that I'm getting ready to talk to you about is the most popular, the one that's most used. But it is what's known as the comparatio model. That's just a comparative relationship. Where is my salary in relation to the midpoint of my salary grade range? So right now, your salary grade range is 60%. Where is my salary based on that 30% mark, that middle part of your grade range, that highest part of the bell curve? And we then develop a formula that creates a value for each year of service up to the midpoint. So if I've just recently started work with you, then by formula, my salary is going to be somewhere down near the entry-level salary. If I've been with you for 5 years, then by formula, my salary is going to be about a quarter of the way across the scale. If I've been with you 8 years, then my salary is going to be at midpoint. So this is a way to advance salaries, create separation, address salary compression, but it's all based on a mature workforce, that 8-year average years of employment, and the market rate typically of an employee who's been in their position 8 to 10 years is going to be found somewhere in that midpoint of that grade range. And again, right now, 76% of your employees are sitting way over here on that left side. So again, I won't spend a lot of time talking about benchmark positions and what they are and how we use them, except do you have questions at this time about anything that I've talked about?
Any question?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Howell.
Just to make sure I understand everything correctly here. So I know you said this was a snapshot of 25 that you took in August, and this is our second phase, which would be Group B. Was Group A taken in August the year before as well, or was it taken at a different point in time in the year?
Just on that. When I begin to study, I wait until the 1st of August to begin collecting data. That gives every local government the month of July to implement any cost of living.
There you go.
Any salary adjustments. So at the beginning of August of each year, not only with the local government that I'm working with, but all the other local governments that I'm going to be comparing you to, I collect that data at that point, and there's where I take that snapshot.
So we do that at the same time every year. That way we get a true comparison. Ballpark, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other thing, the sample size, you mentioned a while ago, we were showing the municipalities and the counties. So the comparison we've done on the first 2 years, are they apples for apples? Is it the same counties and same municipalities
Yes.
each year, or are they different?
Well, the public safety group that we looked at year before last did include a lot of municipal governments because there are similar positions in.
And so how about this year, the snapshot from August? Did they not include the local municipalities?
It didn't include municipal governments because in the current group, health, DSS, cooperative extension, soil and water, veteran service, municipal governments don't offer those services.
But how about for our benchmarks?
Benchmark, yes.
So the benchmarks that we used this year
Yes.
is an apples for apples comparison to last year? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
So in the next slide is a listing of this year's benchmark classifications. And again, this is just a representative group of what typically are hard-to-fill positions, hard-to-retain positions, positions where there are constant vacancies, and this is not just for Nash County, this is statewide. Typical vacancies because there are not enough qualified candidates or not enough interested candidates. So these are just positions based on my knowledge of North Carolina local governments, that most local governments have difficulty attracting or retaining employees. And again, next year, the benchmark positions will change. They'll include a lot of health and DSS positions. Now, in the next slide, it's just an example of what data collection looks like. This is for a classification known as Income Maintenance Caseworker 2. This is that position in social services that with a minimum of 1 year as an Income Maintenance Caseworker 1, an employee can become an Income Maintenance Caseworker 2. And these are the positions within DSS who determine eligibility for all the clients who come in. On the slide, I showed you that of the last 66 employees who came to work for you, 20 of those were from social services. The majority of those were in this particular classification, income maintenance caseworker. These are across the state. These are very hard to recruit positions. These are very difficult retention positions. But this is just a representation of what data collection looks like. Every one of your positions has a worksheet that looks very similar to this. Comparing your position, in this case, Income Maintenance Caseworker 2, to each of the Income Maintenance Caseworker 2 classifications in each of these county governments. And what you're seeing on this example is what pay grade range do they have their position in. So what you're seeing here is what is their minimum salary? What is the midpoint of their range? What is the maximum salary of their range? What is the actual salary or average salary of their employees who are in this position? So then there's some other data on the right side of the page, just that helps me understand where are their salaries in relation to their pay grade range compared to Nash County? So all the information above the blue line is the market. We're going to be comparing Nash County Income Maintenance Caseworker 2 to each of those, and that's the very same position. Immediately below the blue line is where Nash County is. So Nash County has their income maintenance caseworker, or your income maintenance caseworker 2, in a salary grade range that begins at $42,000, a max of $67,700, average salary is $42,988. Immediately to the right of that average salary of $42,988, you can see that your income maintenance caseworker 2 salaries are 2.23% above the minimum of their grade range. Again, salary compression. Immediately below that, you can see that the average salary of the market is $49,700. On average, that's 11.5% above the minimum salary. So over on the far right side, bottom right side, I'm comparing salaries. So for this particular position, an average salary for an income maintenance caseworker 2 in Nash County is 13.7% below the average salary of this identified market. Now moving back over on the left side, your position has a minimum salary of $42,049. The average minimum of that market group is $44,640. Immediately to the left of that shows me that your grade range is 5.9% below. So your grade range is not that far off the market, almost 6%, which is a one grade range. But when you look back over on the far right side, your salaries are 13, 14% below. And again, that's that salary compression issue we looked at earlier. The column that's titled 3%, the data above the blue line is all of the current data, pay grade ranges from each of these local governments. Immediately below the blue line, I'm showing you what the average and the median of that market is now. That 3% column is my best guess based on data collected, conversations with other local governments. On average, this market that you're looking at right here, probably their grade ranges, their salaries are going to increase on average 3% on or shortly after July 1st. That 3% range is just taking a look at the average and median minimum salary for the market and projecting it a 3% increase. So then I take a look at, okay, on or shortly after July 1st, the minimum salary for an income maintenance caseworker 2 is going to be about $45,000, possibly $46,000. What is the pay grade range that I need to recommend that would put income maintenance caseworker 2 in a competitive pay grade range? And right now, that would be your new grade 110, which would move the average up to 45.3. You're still a little below where I'm projecting the market would be, but I think just moving it from the current grade 109 to the proposed grade 110, which does include a projected 2.8% increase in the grade ranges, or not?
No.
So I'm looking at data for a specific classification. Each one of your positions has a worksheet that looks very similar to this. And from that, I'm interpreting a lot of information, but I'm primarily looking at where's the market for this particular position, where's Nash County compared to the market, what pay grade range can I recommend that this position be placed in that puts Nash County in a competitive position to this market. to this market's average. So I'm not comparing you to the highest ones, I'm not comparing you to the lowest ones. I'm comparing you to a representative group that gives me a pretty good geographic average of each position. So in the last page is just a brief outline of the methodology. HR provides to me a lot of information at the very beginning. Organizational charts, workforce information, discussions with department directors. I'm collecting as much information as is public from every one of these other local governments. I'm comparing all of that. The income maintenance caseworker example shows what the data looks like when it's put together and we begin looking at the market compared to your positions. But it's a process of the data collection, the assimilation, the interpretation, coming and having meetings regarding what are the initial findings, what are the initial interpretations, what are the initial recommendations? Where is Nash County? Where's the market? Where should Nash County go? And I apologize, I have an eye condition that causes tearing. And I can assure you that it's the condition, not the fact that I'm standing before you, that causes that to happen. So we just work through the numbers, work through the process, and preliminary recommendations, finalized recommendations, and then presentation of that data. So that was probably a too quick review of 6 months' worth of work, but it's just data collection, interpretation of data, analysis of data.
Okay. Commissioner Howard has a question.
Just a couple. One, I guess, I know you mentioned earlier when we do our comparison, we do within an hour range. We don't include all the municipalities, as you mentioned. Just curious, how come Edgecombe County was left out since it joins us immediately?
Say that again.
Edgecombe County is not in the study. Did I overlook it?
Which one?
Edgecombe County?
Edgecombe? Well, with any grouping, why are some on there that perhaps shouldn't be on there, or why is somebody not on there that should be on there? And that's just an individual recommendation. I look to the county or the local government for input in that, because again, I'm making an initial judgment based on a Google map.
Right. Do we ask that Edgecombe be left off? Or ask that it be added?
I don't think we had very much conversation about Edgecombe.
Okay. Thank you. I was just curious, since it was joining right next to us. You mentioned the salary compression, which obviously this shows that we've got a definitely opportunity there. As you mentioned, it's not just a challenge for Nash County, it's a challenge across the state. Would you say our salary compression is within 10%? Or where do you find we relate in comparison to others in the state that you have exposure to or look at?
Well, just compared to this identified market, you're a little greater than 10%.
Okay. And then maybe you can help, there's been a lot of confusion, I guess, amongst us talking and trying to understand, talk to some of the other fellow commissioners as well, but on the benchmarks. So if I understand you correctly, we look at those each year because those are categories or job positions that are hard to fill or hard to retain. So we look at those so that we don't get behind or lose sight of those, and those can change based on the market supply and demand.
Yes.
So when you look at those benchmarks, what data do we use, or what is the criteria we should look at as far as if it's a percentage over or percentage under? Is there a window there that we should say, if we're inside this window, we're safe? If we're outside, below it, or over, then we're probably in good shape?
Yeah, I'm looking at 5 to 10%.
Okay.
Your pay grade ranges, each one of your grades is 5% greater than the next. So if I'm seeing, if I'm looking at just the pay grade range without regard to individual salaries, and you're in that 5% below market, I'm not too concerned initially with that.
Because we'll catch up in the next 3 years when we look at it again.
You're going to catch up.
Okay.
And also, the local government may be increasing their pay grade ranges X% because of the cost of living adjustment, which is going to close that gap. But if that differential starts getting up there in that 10% or 2 grade movements, you're not going to make that up in a short period
With a
of time.
COLA, right, okay.
So if I'm seeing that 10% or greater difference, then there's where I'm probably going to make, with benchmarks, I'm providing information.
But I guess to your point, if you know that's a hard position to fill or retain, if you've got a 100% retention issue, a turnover rate in that particular position, or if it's an area in one of the departments for our county that we've got a lot of open positions, then this would correspond with that, and probably say we need to look at that. Okay, thank you.
And of course, there's lots of things that go in to all of that.
And I guess the next part is fixing this from the pay study. That's correct. This is only one component of it, correct? We've got to look at the onboarding process as well. If not, if you bring everybody up in a period of 3 years and do away with the salary compression, then you still got to look at the onboarding process for your future employees, correct?
And this particular 8-year model is actually a good recruiting point of view, where you're able to show, and a lot of governments use the model to recognize service coming in. So if I'm an income maintenance caseworker in Edgecombe County, and I've got an opportunity to come to Nash County, I'm going to be bringing with you my years of service. A lot of local governments I work with use this 8-year model to identify and recognize prior service, so that when I come in from outside, I'm going to be coming in based on where my salary should
Years
be,
of
based on
experience.
that experience and time that I'm bringing to Nash County. But it's also that good recruiting model to say that if you come to work for Nash County, and here's how your salary is going to be affected over the next up to 8 years.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Leggett?
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation today. That was extremely helpful to understand kind of where we are and the study and so forth. The more you talk, the more you kind of help answer my question, but more or less my question was about why our employees in particular are so much closer to the minimum than, like in your example, than the other counties were. You know, are we not moving our employees up quickly enough? Or are they just not staying long enough? Is, you know, kind of what are some of maybe our policies that are causing that?
I cannot give you an exact answer. I can tell you what the data, how I interpret the data. Your pay grade ranges do change over time. And good for the county, and good for those brand-new employees who are coming to work. And I'm just making this up. You adjust your pay grade ranges 2.5% because of the cost of living adjustment.
Okay.
That now means that the next brand-new income maintenance caseworker 2 is going to come to work at a salary 2.5% greater than it was. But if I'm an income maintenance caseworker 2 now, and my salary is at the minimum, good for me, my salary was adjusted 2.5%, but so was the grade range. So if I just came to work for you, and my salary's at minimum, or very near minimum, there's a 2.5% cost of living adjustment to the salary grade range and to me. And again, good for the county, the salary grade range has moved up. Good for me, I got a 2.5% increase, but I'm still at minimum. I now have been here a year or more, and my salary is still at minimum. I'm moving at the same rate as my salary grade range. Now, that is not an exact answer to your question because I don't know exactly how or what is the history of grade range movements and employee salary movement.
Thank you.
Right? Any other questions? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Hill, also thank you for being here today. In listening to the way you talked about the bell curves and what was a perfect bell curve, is there any adjustments made in the methodology that you use that accounts for a huge growth in population or a huge growth in employees? Say you had a significant board change and the way they think is different from the previous board and they wanted to beef up the county's workforce. What do you do to alter that? Because it looks like your methodology that I understand, it would greatly affect it if one of those two things were going on.
And it does, but I can only collect data current.
It's not a criticism, it's just a question. Is there anything that you do in the way you calculate it that would account for either one of those items?
No.
No, okay. All right, and then my second question would be, and I'm struggling to say it correctly, but in the field I'm in, for instance, we have I'll say a home builders or a home builders or a contract association that is a very influential, we have a lot of effect on what goes on in our industry. There are other industries that have a lot of effect, other industry organizations that have a lot of effect at what goes on. And when I say that, for instance, if we had a department that had a very strong statewide organization that was promoting, and I'm just saying like the home building industry itself, because we are a very tight-knit group of people that were promoting higher salaries throughout the state. What do you do to understand that's happening, and what do you do to compensate for that, or are you strictly basing it on what you collect in data? Does my question make any sense to you, first of all?
Excellent question.
Okay.
I can only deal with real numbers.
And you deal. Okay.
I can't. Going back to the income maintenance caseworker, the line immediately below Nash County's numbers were the average of the market.
Mm-hmm.
The line below that was the median, or the 50th percentile. And I do take a look at both of those numbers. That 50th percentile number also provides to me a little cushion about it softens, and I'm just making this up, it softens Wake County compared to Vance County. So I'm not looking at exact numbers. I'm looking at averages, which helps me buffer some of that influential high or low. So I'm looking at that average, I'm looking at that 50th percentile, and both of those are designed to just tell me what's the average, what's what's the 50th percentile of this market? Not who. Now, I can tell you that I do work with a lot of governments, not a lot, I work with some local governments who do not want me to give to them the 50th percentile data. They don't want to be at the 50th percentile. They ask me to come back at a 60th percentile, and that's a local decision, obviously. I'm giving to you my interpretation of a geographic average, knowing that it's going to have some of those kinds of influences that you're talking about. But when I gather the data from each of the locations, the data is the data.
And just one last thought. For instance, in DSS department here, and I think this may have affected our whole look at where you are on your bell curve, and we're talking about the low number of employees that have been here a long time. But a significant event like we had 3 years ago, 4 years ago, where we had to add a large number of employees in a given department. Naturally, you're going to have low employment years, and it takes years to work back out of that, particularly in a difficult department to fill positions in. So you're just going to always have that holding you back as far as the way the numbers look, but you don't make adjustment for that kind of thing. You're strictly dealing on facts.
There are no constants.
Gotcha. Okay.
Local government, workforces are going to be changing, workforces do change. And just making this up, a particular department could have some very poor supervisors.
Sure.
You got a lot of turnover there just because of a supervisor, not because of any other issue. So there's a lot of those kinds of issues that come into play that when I'm working with a spreadsheet, I can't fit all of those into that.
Unfortunately, in Nash County, that's not one I think we deal with often.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Are the COLA, last year we did the study in August, were the COLAs included in that study as well? Or was it just strictly the salaries prior to the COLA increases?
Well, anytime I'm doing a study, I'm always projecting where I think the market is going to go. But that's based on consumer price index, that's based on Social Security, based on a lot of other things that I take a look at. Based on individual local governments deciding what cost of living they're going to. So I don't come back with recommendations based on increasing salaries or pay grade ranges based on an identified cost of living adjustment. I do in that 3% column that was on that one slide that we looked at. I'm looking at that column knowing that probably the market is going to increase grade ranges and or salaries or a combination of the two, 3%. And there's where I do say, okay, what pay grade range should I recommend a Nash County position be assigned to based on that projection?
So you're using the index, not the specific information from each of the counties? You just, basically as a guide to get you there?
Yeah, I'm in contact with almost every local government in the state, especially during the budget time. What are you going to do, or what's been approved? I start talking to them October, November. What are you projecting? What do you think you're going to do? And then as the closer to this time of year, most everybody's made the decision what they're going to do.
And then that also takes into account some counties just do COLAs only, and some other counties like ourselves has adopted a merit process as
Exactly.
well.
Yes,
So it would be inclusive of all that in there as well.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Mr. Hill, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, anybody need a break before we go into the budget? Want a break? Okay, we're going to do, I guess, a 5-minute break before you get started, Madam Manager.
This budget is recommending a 2.75% COLA, but on our base salaries, we're anticipating adding 2%. So there'll be a little bit of separation between the base salaries and those new employees that are getting that COLA, and then mid-year is when the merit hits, and there'll be another opportunity for their salary to separate from the base salaries. Not following me?
I did not. But maybe I-
Said I maybe say our pay range, our pay table. Our
So,
entire
yeah, our pay table with our grades and our salary ranges, those base salaries where an employee would start a job with us. If we were to provide a 2.75% COLA and add 2.75 to those base salaries,
Got it.
then they're tracking, and they're not, our existing employees are not moving on. So to help that, we're going to provide a 2.75% COLA for existing employees, and then for that pay table, just bump it up to 2%. And then again, like I said, halfway through the year, existing employees will have another opportunity for separation with the merit pay system.
Got it.
Better?
It's slowness on my part, nothing you said.
Okay, you can get started, Madam Manager. Item number 7, budget message, 2027.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My show and tell, you have before you 2 documents. The one that's bound is the budget message, and then I've also provided you with the slide deck that I'm going to be showing you here today. So you've got all of the materials in front of you. Also note in the back of where the budget message is, you will have a couple of additional pieces of data. You'll have the revenues, and you'll have the expenditures, and then you will also have the pie charts that are so sought after here in Nash County.
I feel my ears burning.
Okay, we'll go ahead and, I've got some folks helping me in the back here, and so we will get started with the presentation here. So I'm pleased to present to you a recommended budget for fiscal year 2027 that addresses these top Nash County priorities: employee wages and merit pay that recognizes the hard work and attracts talented professionals, capital projects and infrastructure needs to assist with recruitment and industrial clients and enhances economic development, technology replacement, new equipment and vehicles, to ensure safety and efficient business practices, consciously prioritizing resources between public safety, human services, and education, and creating sustainable enterprise funds while improving facilities for customers and staff. The FY27 budget is presented to you in accordance with the North Carolina Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act. The proposed budget is presented subject to a public hearing and the Nash County Board of Commissioners revisions and approval. This budget, as presented, is balanced. The budget provides the resources needed to ensure the delivery of governmental services in a fiscally responsible manner. The budget is one of the best tools to demonstrate the board's priorities for the future of Nash County. This proposed budget is a continuation of the financially sound and fiscally conservative practices established and embraced by Nash County government. This message will focus primarily on the county's general fund, which is the largest fund and includes all governmental activities supported by local tax revenue. This is the Nash County Board of Commissioners budget, and staff will continue to make adjustments as directed by the board. And I apologize if they were the wrong. First, we're going to discuss revenues. The overall FY27 proposed budget, which includes the general fund, enterprise funds, special revenue funds, and internal services funds, is $160,707,492 compared to the current fiscal year 26 overall approved budget of $146,445,372. The general fund operational budget is proposed to be $136,868,984, which is $8,745,291, or 6.4% greater than the original fiscal year 26 budget. The Nash County total estimated valuation for fiscal year 27 is $12,972,180,626. At 100% collection rate, each penny of the tax rate assessed will produce $1,297,218. The total estimated tax base increase from the 2025 tax year is 14.26%. The recommended budget is based on a 63 per $100 valuation, 63 cents, per $100 valuation, using a conservative collection rate of 98%. The FY27 general fund budget anticipates the collection of $81,244,808 in ad valorem tax revenue, which includes estimates for the collection of prior year delinquent taxes, interests, and other miscellaneous charges. Ad valorem tax revenue reflects an increase of 15% over the current year due to an error in the prior year's tax base valuations. According to the FY25 Nash County audit, the overall tax collection rate for Nash County was 98.58%. The collection rate for real and personal property and public utilities was 98.39%, and the collection rate for motor vehicles was 100%. For the purpose of estimating and budgeting next year's property tax revenues, this budget assumes a conservative collection rate of 98% for real and personal property. The tax office is committed to maintaining Nash County's high tax collection rate during future years and will continue to concentrate on the collection of prior year's delinquent taxes. Due to increased collections in current year and prior year's tax, the tax office has continued to work on reducing the Nash County's 10-year outstanding delinquent tax balance. The current outstanding balance is approximately $3.5 million, with an additional $1.5 million outstanding for the 2025 collections. Sales tax collections are budgeted at $23,106,126. This estimated collection base on the current year projected collections. Sales tax collections are the second largest funding source for the general fund. Other taxes total $616,000. Sales tax and other taxes represent 17.3% of the recommended budget. Intergovernmental revenues include revenue received from other governments, local, state, and federal, with total projected funding for FY27 at $18,777,069. This includes funding for the Department of Social Services, the Health Department, and various other state and local restricted funding. Total projected intergovernmental revenues represent 13.7% of the general fund budget. Projected funding for other operating revenues includes permits and fees, sales and services, investment earnings, rentals, and other miscellaneous revenues, which total $11,346,301, or 8.3% of the general fund budget. Restricted health reserves are budgeted at $1,778,680 and represents 1.3% of the general fund budget. And I'm not sure, I think we need to skip over one there. Go to fee changes, please. The recommended general fund budget contains some necessary fee adjustments to ensure cost equity in several of our service areas. This budget includes changes in our animal control fees and some additional fees, as well as new fees and fee changes for the fire marshal's office. Now we're going to focus on the expenditure side of the budget. The following portion of the budget message highlights particular funding items which have significant impact on the proposed budget. Salaries. The board continues to recognize the contribution of all of our staff and the economic burden placed on them by the rising cost of goods and services. Therefore, the recommended budget includes a 2.75% cost of living adjustment for full-time employees and permanent part-time positions to begin July 1, 2026. This budget recommends the continuation of our merit pay system for our employees. In our current fiscal year, we launched a countywide effort to implement a merit pay system, and we were successful in doing so. Performance evaluations are conducted across the organization in October, and employees will see their performance-based increase in pay beginning in January. The county remains committed to creating a workplace culture which includes benefits that retain and attract quality professionals. In the current fiscal year, we budgeted for a salary study of 1/3 of our organization. This year, we focused on our human services agencies, and we're pleased to include funding in the recommended FY27 budget of $956,785 to align our human service salaries with market data obtained through this study. This practice of reviewing salaries, looking at 1/3 our organization each year, provides our staff with some reassurance that Nash County will not let salaries move too far from market rates before making an adjustment. It also allows the county to adjust salaries incrementally as opposed to adjusting the salaries across the entire organization every 5 to 7 years. Benchmark positions. Benchmark positions are looked at annually and not for the purpose of adjusting annually, but to serve as a point of reference to guide Nash County's understanding of how our organization compares to the market salaries. Some characteristics of a benchmark position are: 1, they have standardized responsibilities from one organization to another. 2, external data is readily available. 3, they are found in common job families and other organizations. And 4, they have broad representation, a wide range of roles across the organization. This year, we're using data obtained from the benchmark positions to address the detention center and its high vacancies of detention officers. Because these positions are hard to fill and retain, this recommended budget accommodates an increase in the base salary for the detention officer positions. We are hopeful this increase, along with a cost of living adjustment, will enhance the recruitment efforts of our sheriff's office for these hard-to-fill positions. The merit system, coupled with our ongoing schedule of evaluating Nash County's positions in the market, supports our communication and commitment to our employees. Nash County desires to be an employer of choice for existing staff, as well as other talented professionals when recruiting for vacancies. This budget recommends 14 new positions 10 of those are for public safety, 3 new sheriff's deputies, a detention corporal, an assistant detention administrator, 4 EMT paramedic positions, and a new deputy fire marshal position. These recommended positions are a direct reflection of the growth here in Nash County and ensure that as we grow, the resources to care for our citizens are available. In addition, this budget recommends an office assistant in human resources, a facilities maintenance technician, and an environmental health specialist, and a social worker, too, for adult services. The local government retirement. This proposed budget includes an increase in local government retirement expenditures as part of the employees' benefits. This is a required increase to accommodate the state retirement rate increase from 14.35% to 15.1% for general county employees and from 16.1% to 17.1% for law enforcement officers. These changes resulted in an increase of $776,628. For general government, the budget includes funds for general government operations totaling $18,818,696, or 13.8% of the general fund budget. This function provides for all administrative county operational costs, including the governing board, administration, grants, human resources, finance, legal services, information technology, communications, tax, facility maintenance, register of deeds, and the Board of Elections. For public safety, the recommended budget for public safety functions is $43,073,482, or 31.5% of the general fund budget. And I think I needed to adjust that. So you'll see a little later on that figure actually goes down to 30 point something. That I did not make that correction, I apologize. But it's just a little bit lower than that. Public safety includes the following departments: Sheriff's Office operations, including the detention center and court services, 911 emergency communications, emergency services, including fire and rescue, EMS operations, medical examiner, forestry services, and animal control. For economic and fiscal development, the recommended budget for economic and physical development functions is $3,415,814, or 2.5% of the general fund budget. This function provides for planning and inspections, cooperative extension, soil and water services, the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, and Nash County economic development. For human services, the recommended budget for human services functions is $34,349,458, or 25.1% of the general fund budget. And actually, I think all of these, I apologize, are just, they're not off? Oh, they're not off. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm thinking I'm wrong, and she's telling me I'm not. Okay. The recommended budget for human services is $34,349,458, or 25.1% of the general fund budget. Human services includes the Public Health Department, Department of Social Services, Senior Services, Veteran Services, Mental Health Services, Office of Juvenile Justice Program, Home and Community Care Block Grant Services, and outside agency funding. For cultural and recreation resources, the recommended budget for cultural and recreation functions is $2,978,223, or 2.2% of the general fund budget. Cultural and recreation resource function consists of the library, parks and recreation, and parks maintenance. The total for this function includes funding for Browsville Library at the same funding level as the current year, $1,044,351, and $15,000 for each of the 5 municipal libraries. For education, the recommended budget for education is $26,408,400, or 19.3% of the general fund budget. excluding debt service. This includes funding of $21,376,860 for the current expense and $1,396,890 for the capital needs for Nash County Public Schools. An additional allocation of $500,000 for school resource officers. And for Nash Community College, the recommended budget for the community college contains a 5.7% increase over the current fiscal year. The community college has developed a 7-year capital improvement plan, and this budget recommends funding year 2 of that plan at $455,600. Fund balance and debt service. No fund balance is needed to balance the operational budget. Should I say it again? No fund balance is needed to balance the operational budget. The overall debt service for FY27 is $7,609,911 of the general fund budget, including debt service for Nash County Public Schools of $3,114,621 and Nash Community College for $584,970. Transfers out, the recommended budget includes a transfer of $200,000 to the Tax Revaluation Reserve Fund. And for an overview of expenditures, an evaluation of the $136,868,984 recommended general fund budget for FY27, the following allocations are made. $532,053 for, or a 20.28% for general government. $43,073,482 or 30.61% for public safety. $34,349,458 or 24.41% for human services. $30,830,591 or 21.9% for education. And $3,910,320 or 2.78% for debt service. For the capital improvement plans, the recommended capital budget is $3,104,320. This appropriation includes funding for vehicle replacements in tax, DSS, the Sheriff's Office, and EMS. It also includes parking lot improvements, administration building step repair and replacement, carpet replacement, and ballot storage for the Board of Elections. Other funded capital includes replacing portable radios and new fingerprint machine for the Sheriff's Office, and wayfinding signage inside and outside of the administration building and courthouse. For capital projects moving forward, there are some additional capital needs that we have talked about in our capital improvement plan that are not included in the FY27 recommended general fund budget. Projects such as a new emergency medical station, an EMS station, a mobile health unit, mobile public health unit, irrigation at Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers, and a Miracle Park at Coopers Phase 3 addition. Those projects will be addressed individually moving forward as the board learns more about the funding needs for each of these projects individually. Fund balance appropriation for capital. The FY27 budget proposes $3,826,920 in fund balance appropriation. This budget is funding capital improvements with fund balance appropriation consisting of $3,104,320 in Nash County government capital needs, $455,600 in Nash Community College long-range plan capital needs for year 2, and $267,000 for Nash County Public Schools for the completion of their lock replacement program in the middle schools. Other funds. In addition to the general fund, the county administers several funds supported by fees or other restricted revenue sources. The enterprise fund and the fire tax districts, the fire districts fund are briefly mentioned here. Other funds included in the overall proposed budget are included in the budget summary. For enterprise fund, the solid waste fund and the water sewer funds operate as enterprise funds with no property tax contribution. Each fund is supported by user fees, which must cover the cost of doing business to include upkeep of equipment and facilities. Fee increases are recommended in these funds due to increases of the cost of doing business. The recommended fee increases are presented in detail in the fee change section of the FY27 budget workbook. The solid waste fund. The solid waste fund program is composed of two elements: the construction and demolition, C&D, landfill, and the convenience sites. The combined budget is recommended at $4,655,550. Of that, $1,008,822 for the landfill and $3,646,728 for the convenience sites. The recommended budget includes fee increases to ensure the independent sustainability of both of these budgets. Water and sewer. The Water and Sewer Fund is made up of the Central Nash Water Sewer Fund and the Northern Nash Water Sewer Fund. These combined budgets, the combined budget appropriation for the two public utility funds recommended is $4,753,062. Proposed fee changes were presented to the board to adjust for rate increases the county will experience primarily from the impact of the City of Rocky Mount rate increases. For fire districts, there are 18 fire districts in the county that have individual tax rates. The county levies a tax in these fire districts and administers the collection and disbursement of those taxes within the fire district's fund. The county received a request to change the fire tax for the Red Oak Volunteer Fire Department. The request is to increase from 7 cents to 9 cents. Because this is a split district between Red Oak and Stony Creek will also increase their rate from 7 cents to 9 cents. Volunteer fire departments are facing an increase in calls for service, increased pricing on equipment and supplies, and decreasing volunteer man hours to sustain operations. These increases are necessary to maintain fire service in the county. In conclusion, this FY27 recommended budget maintains the 63-cent tax rate that was established after the revaluation 2 years ago. This budget makes adjustments in our employee wages and merit system, capital projects and infrastructure needs, replacement of technology and new equipment and vehicles, consciously prioritizing spending for public safety, education, and human services, and support sustainable enterprise funds. This budget continues to be conservative with built-in capacity by funding all positions without a vacancy factor, budgeting revenues below expected collections, coupled with conservative spending while continuing to observe changes at the state and federal levels of government. Once again, I'd like to take an opportunity to acknowledge and express my sincere appreciation for my leadership team. Department heads show up and lead with passion while advocating for their staff and our citizens. Anytime my budget team and I asked for information, it was provided swiftly and professionally. I have the privilege and honor of working alongside so many knowledgeable, competent, and kind professionals. Some next steps. There are a few items that the board has not had a chance to weigh in on as a group, and we will review those items momentarily. After today's meeting, we will publish the notice of public hearing for the June 1st, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting, and the budget will be filed with the clerk to the board. A copy of the budget will be available for public inspection in the manager's office as well as on the county's website. The final budget ordinance will be presented for adoption at the June 15th, 2026 board meeting. Commissioners are urged to carefully consider and study this recommended budget. If there are any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to contact staff. On behalf of your staff, we look forward to working with our commissioners during the upcoming year to provide the best services possible at the most reasonable cost to the taxpayers of Nash County. Thank you for your time and consideration. And at this time, I'll be glad to take any questions on the budget message before we try to address a couple of additional items.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Davis? Commissioner Davis?
I think, Madam Manager, you skipped one paragraph, which I think is pretty important, which was on page 5. And it's in the second column that says total recommended funding for Nash County. And I may have dozed off. I don't think I did. And it concerns per student funding and how it is affected by enrollment numbers.
Okay. I might have skipped over that slide. Yes, sir. So,
Important enough to go back to.
understood and agreed. So on page 5, under education, I'm going to start at the beginning of the paragraph that is at the top of the right-hand side of that page. The total recommended funding for Nash County Public Schools remains constant from fiscal year '26, with the addition of $267,000 in capital improvement program to complete the safety lock project in the middle schools. The school system's enrollment continues to drop. During the last 3 school years, enrollment has decreased by approximately 1,700 students. Therefore, Nash County's per pupil allocation has increased from $1,467 per student to $1,663 per student, or 13.4% increase over this period. For this reason, Nash County will maintain current funding. And I apologize, I thought I had a slide, that might have been the one that I skipped over. Yes, so as the enrollment continues to decline, and I believe we've heard that we're expected to continue to drop in enrollment in the upcoming year, as we hold funding steady and those numbers continue to drop, that per pupil contribution from Nash County continues to rise, and in the tune of 13.4% over that 3-year period.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Wilkins.
are we not addressing the 2% that the school system asks for certified and the teacher supplement in this?
So I did add, that is not in this budget. I did add, those would be recurring dollars. Currently, as I said, you have a balanced budget without using fund balance. I did ask in the meeting the other evening for some information to be sent to me about the classified worker supplement that was being requested to see what it is that they're comparing that to, and no data has been sent to me.
Okay, and about the teacher supplement they requested?
Right, that is
Same
a
thing?
request, and so one of the slides that I do have for you moving forward is for the public school system, for the board to have a discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Leggett?
I did have a question about an item that you mentioned in the budget. Under capital projects moving forward, was the mobile public health unit.
Yes.
Will the timing and funding for that be in sync with the opening of our new health department and the closing of Nashville and Old Rocky Mount?
I don't know. I mean, that would be ideal. And so we are our grants department is looking for funding because we do want to obviously present an alternative funding source for the board if we can secure something like that. So we are currently actively looking for alternative funding for that. But as far as the timing of that, I don't know.
I think we'll
Are you
wait
going to
till
be
we-
on track with
I
our?
think we get a little bit further along with the relocation of, and consolidation to departments before we bring that back to the board.
Okay, I would appreciate that. I know that was a part of the discussion when we voted to move to Rocky Mount, that there would be something in hand, in place for the outlying areas to provide coverage there.
Right, absolutely.
Okay.
Commissioner Belfield.
Except that funding of the outside agencies that Rice, we have been funding them this year coming up zero.
Commissioner Belfield, that'll be another one of my slides.
I just think that we ought to fund something that may not be as much as have been doing, but at least fund, give them some, show our support there. They do have a good program over there for seniors. So their family members can maintain the working job. There are parents where they are ability to stay there when they have access to this program and have to get off the job and come pick them up.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Legge?
I did have one other question, but I wanted to let you go ahead and finish the additional items before I gave my other
Okay.
comments. Thank you.
Okay, all right. There are no other questions. I'll move on.
Yes.
Okay. So the next slide that I have here is for our Nash County Public School funding. You will see that we have the operations budget, the capital budget, the additional 500 for the SRO funding, the 267,000 that I just mentioned for the safety lock program, and then you can see 3 million plus that the county contributes for debt service, for a total of Nash County Public School funding of $26,557,730. And so the school system provided the board with their funding request on the evening of May 12th, and I wanted to open up the floor for any additional comments or hear from the board on that request.
All right, any discussion?
So I guess my question about public schools funding, so we provide them with a total of $26.5 million. Do they necessarily have to use the funding as listed here, or are they allowed to reallocate these funds as needed?
No, the way that the funding is allocated here is the way that it is utilized.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Other question? Commissioner Davis?
The only thing that bothered me, Madam Manager, I know you know where I'm going with this, but I agree 100% that we are totally each year increasing our per-student funding to the school systems, simply because of the drop in the enrollment in the school system itself. But at the same time, of course, cost on everything continues to go up. And what I pay as much attention to is the pie charts that you referred to at the beginning of your message, and the large change in where we are from a balance by pie chart between three major funding areas, being schools, public safety, and health and human services. I just can't quite get my head wrapped around why that has changed so much. Whereas 5 years ago, we were pretty much balanced between the three, and now we are, for public safety, some 31%, and schools, I think it was either 19 or 20, depending on which number was correct. But that's a huge swing, and if indeed, I would just ask the board if we're going to fund the budget anymore, and I'm satisfied where the budget sits right now. I'll just tell you that. I think you've done a great job, and I'm willing to vote for the budget as presented. But if we're going to add funding and commit more fund balance to this budget, I think we really need to look and see why we've got that disparity between those pie charts and what it is that has caused that. Just a general observation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for my time.
I wouldn't mind giving a shot at just off the cuff here.
That's fine.
Thinking about it as you're speaking, you know, we talked about the enrollment of students continuing to decline. The state has the voucher program. There is homeschooling that has gone through the roof since COVID. So you've got numbers dropping in the school system, but we obviously know that Nash County is a growing county. We've got neighborhoods coming before this board for approval every month. And so the rooftops continue to increase, which means, you know, public safety is got to increase. I mean, we've got to provide those safety services, medical services, fire services to those increasing number of citizens. So I just kind of see the scales doing this number, whereas probably pre-COVID, we were looking a little more even, and those three pieces of the pie were looking pretty similar.
I understand what you're saying, but in reality, when you have a school that has 600 students and it reduces to 500 students or 450 students, your same administrative cost is in the schools, your same cost it is to keep the public facility going. So it's not a direct correlation between the two numbers, I don't think. But it's just something that I think we continue to work with, and I'm pleased with the budget as presented.
Well,
Thank
thank
you, Mr.
you. And I don't think we need to forget about a demerger where we lost having to take care of 4 facilities.
We did.
So there's a number of factors to think about.
And consolidation.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to say this about that. You know, the public school system is funded on the old formula, which is pupil attendance, and the state used that old formula. And with vouchers and with charter schools, the public school system has been set on a path to fail, and fail through that appropriation. And, you know, if we continue to use that appropriation formula, our school system is going to go down with the overall state. They had a report this morning, I think, about the scores for public school system, and they're continuing to drop, and one of the reasons is, yes, funding and getting teachers that are qualified, and the overall system. And we talk about, yes, public safety and the jail and mental health and those issues, and at the same time, we continue to pretty much defund the school at the rate that our public schools, at the rate that should be increasing because of lack of funding to the old formula, and all of the adverse attacks on the public school system with vouchers and charter schools. So I don't like that pie chart that continues to decrease the amount of funding that we're doing for our public schools. I hope that we can increase that and sustain it, where we can give our public schools, especially here in Nash County, the tools that they need to compete with charter schools, private schools. They want to compete. They gave a presentation this past week that was compelling, that they are doing a good job and trying to do better. That's my take on this. Commissioner Howell.
Just to kind of make sure I'm understanding this correctly, I'm not sure that I am. So when we talk about the pie chart and the schools versus the public safety, does the school pie chart reflect the $43 million that's been spent for the new school that's
It
being
does
built?
not.
Does-
The pie chart is dealing with operational, general fund operation dollars. That was a $40 million needs-based grant from the state.
And then our match.
And then our match, which was out of 2 previous fiscal years and not this one.
Okay, and then with the pie chart with the public safety, does it include the ambulances that we've bought? Does it include the sheriff vehicles that we're looking at purchasing this year?
It does, the CIP is in there?
Yes.
Is in general government. It's in, our CIP is in general government, so that's not showing up in public safety.
So it's not in public safety?
No.
So it's only operational only in the public safety compared to the school system?
Yes.
And then, do we know what percentage of increase it is in a comparison? I know we got it on the pie chart, but what percentage increase it is, public safety? And we've lumped it all together, the sheriff's department, EMS, 911, fire marshal's office. Has it always been lumped together?
Well, for public safety, I mean, that is the general category, but we can certainly send you numbers of any one of those broken out individually over years and give you that data.
Yeah, I think that would help, because just in looking at the presentation that's in this book today, it's got numbers, but it's all lumped together, and I can't tell, since our meeting we've had in April, what we're funding, because there was several different options on each of these departments and each of these CIP requests that were asked, and there was option A, option B, option C. Which one have we decided to go with? Without having that detailed information, I don't know what this budget includes or what it doesn't include.
I'm sorry, which ones were you talking about where we gave you the options?
Well, there were several different things we discussed in the April meeting.
Right.
We have option A, option B. Some of them were option A, B, and C. Which one of those do we choose or are included in this budget? Without having the detailed information, I'm not
Okay.
what decision was made. In other
Okay.
words, I'll give you an example, the enterprise fund. We had
Right.
different options in increasing the rates for sanitation.
Right.
Which rate did we go with? I'm just trying, if I got a vote on this coming up in the next meeting, I think I need to be able to look at each one of those. And then one of the things we talked about was for the sheriff's department, they had requested 18 vehicles. In the April presentation, you were at 10. I saw some notes in here, you were at 13 now, 10 plus 3.
Right, so that's my next slide. We'll talk
So
about
just
CIP.
kind of where we're at on all this stuff, it's kind
Mm-hmm.
of confusing to look at without having the real numbers for each department to know what we've included in the budget and what's not included. And then I guess my next question will be the budget that's going to be posted on the website that you mentioned earlier and also in the office. Is it going to be detailed, or is it going to be a summary of this lumped together?
It's going to be the budget ordinance.
Okay.
The budget ordinance that you will be adopting. And in the back of you do have the breakout of the departments, so you can separate out public safety information. I mean, we can give you much more detail, but that is broken out for you there.
I see public safety, but I don't see specifically the sheriff's office. And I see on here, we got different items on here. It's still lumped together, and am I missing a page?
Okay,
Is it not public safety?
It's just public safety.
it is.
So it's not broken out from 911, fire marshals, EMS, and the
Right.
sheriff's office. So it's hard to tell what's included and what's not included. It's all lumped together.
Yeah, those would have been in those smaller meetings, but we can get that to you again
Right, but it's changed since those meetings in April, correct?
slightly. Yeah, we can get it to you.
And I mean, it's a $136 million budget. I'd kind of like to look at the details before I have to vote on it. It'd be nice to look at that before the day of the
Sure.
vote.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Are we done with the discussion on public schools? If so, we can turn to the next slide, which is for the CIP. So as you learned in the budget presentation, all of the county CIP is being funded through fund balance. We have vehicles for tax, DSS, the sheriff's office, and EMS. For the sheriff's office, we are replacing 10 vehicles and adding 3. For a total of 13. The 3 new vehicles are for the 3 new sheriff's deputies that we're adding. Vehicles also includes 3 new ambulances this coming year. The CIP also focuses on improvements to the administration building and storage for our Board of Elections. And we can share any additional comments at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Howard.
can you help me how we arrived at the 13 vehicles versus the 18? If they have a fleet of 98, and what I'm being told is basically it's 98 vehicles every 5 years, they have to replace them. So I guess that would work out, to my math, the way I understand it, 18 per year.
Correct.
So why are we cutting it short instead of the 18? Because I'd hate for us to get in the same situation with our sheriff's office vehicles that we've gotten in with our EMS and our ambulances, and having to replace so many back-to-back to get the fleet up to where it needs to be, just based on the mileage that those public safety vehicles go through.
But just as you know, traditionally, the sheriff has been able to buy additional vehicles with the use of his asset forfeiture funds. But that's a decision of this board, how many you want to fund.
But does he currently have the asset forfeiture funds to purchase those vehicles?
Not currently.
And he's bought, what, several in the last 10 years? I just think that, I mean, once you get behind, it's hard to catch up. If we got asset forfeiture, that's great. I mean, it's a bonus, but we shouldn't be dependent upon that. We should budget the replacement and maintenance of our vehicles throughout all the departments on a routine basis based on the usage. It's just my thoughts.
Any other questions?
I would also support the additional vehicles for the sheriff's office. I think we've got adequate fund balance to cover that. And it is a non-recurring expense, capital expense.
Any other discussion? Go ahead. You can move to the next item.
That's all the discussion you want to have about vehicles? I mean, I need to either know if the majority of the board agrees with that or not, how you all want to move forward with the vehicles.
Commissioner.
If we're gonna have open discussion here, which I prefer not to do, I certainly wouldn't support any more vehicles. I think we need to do a study on how many total vehicles our Nash County Sheriff Department has, do a comparison of what other counties had. I think we are very, very heavily vehicle on numbers that we have. We need to study school resource officers, how we're gonna use those moving forward. And if we move forward under a different model, they may well not have sheriff vehicles. There's any number of things that we can do, but I don't like the number that we're at for the other board members. I think it's also too many, but I'm willing to support the 13 that we've got, but I certainly would not want to raise it any higher without some serious looking at the number of vehicles that we currently have and the type vehicles that we have.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Howard?
I'd just be curious to, Madam Manager, how many vehicles has the county purchased in the last 10 years without asset forfeiture?
We can get that for you.
I would be interested to see if we've done our fair share at supporting our sheriff's department in purchasing those vehicles, or they have to do that on their own with asset forfeiture, because I'm under the impression that it's quite a few vehicles they've bought, and don't think the county has bought very many in the last 10 years, which is a blessing and benefit to the county and the taxpayers in Nash County. But at a time when our sheriff's department doesn't have those asset forfeiture funds to commit to those vehicles, again, that type of thinking creates the same situation that we're currently in with our ambulances, and you have a fleet that's outdated, high miles, and dangerous for our employees to drive as well. And these emergency vehicles are used in high speeds. They're transporting citizens in the county. I would definitely be interested to see what those numbers look like.
Oh, I'll just make a comment. I appreciate the discussion here. I would like to see the numbers as well. I think that would be helpful in us making a decision as a board if this is something we need to support. I have mixed feelings whether this is operating versus capital, because the sheriff's office needs vehicles to be able to operate. I don't necessarily think that it's optional. So thank you in advance for getting those numbers for us. I would like to see them, and certainly willing to support, the vehicles that the sheriff's office needs.
Commissioner Bellfield?
I support the number of vehicles for the sheriff's office that we already have, adding on 2 for their 2 new resource officers for the schools.
Okay, Commissioner Wilkins?
Mr. Chairman, I support the 13 that are here, but also I recognize the funding that comes in through asset forfeiture that saves the county from having to fund other things, and I too would like to see the numbers before I make a decision.
So staff will I'll get some information out to the board via email, and then we'll probably contact board members and poll you all and find out where we are with adding the additional vehicles or leaving it at the 13.
Do you want to do this at our June meeting?
Pardon me?
Do you want to do this at our June meeting? The June meeting?
Well, at the June meeting, we'll have a public hearing on the budget, so we need to have the budget set by the
Okay,
June
I'm
meeting.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I'll get information out to the board.
Commissioner?
And what exact information would that be, Manager? I'm just trying to sort it out in my head.
Commissioner Howe was asking how many vehicles the county has actually purchased.
Yeah, I'm referring to the 5 additional vehicles for the sheriff's office to take it up to the 18 number. Those 3 additional, well, really, it's 8 more, actually. You've got 3 for 3 new deputies, and then you've got 10 that's budgeted. So we really need 8 more.
It would be.
And so what additional information are we going to gather that would help us make that decision that we can't make it today? I mean, I'm willing, and I'd call for a consensus vote on that today to see if that is to be added to the budget. And I would certainly support adding those 8 vehicles to the budget. We've got a $48 million fund balance. The sheriff knows what he needs. He's told us he needs 18 vehicles. We should fund those additional 8 vehicles at about $500,000. That's what it is, roughly. That's based on the information that you provided.
Right, I think we're using 60,000 a
Yeah.
vehicle for the purchase and the upfit. I'm fine to receive the consensus today, or
I'm willing to vote consensus on it today to give you direction. I think that's fair.
Chairman?
Yes, but I'm kind of lost. What you want?
Just
You need a consensus or a vote?
a consensus is fine.
All right. Well, Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I think we made a request for a little more information of several commissioners. I would certainly like to get that information and then let the manager know, after we see the information we asked for, how we would vote on that item, which gives her plenty of time and gives us the information that we have requested. Would be the fair way to do it.
Commissioner.
I'm just trying to figure out what that information is. You've probably got one of the best, if not the best, sheriff in North Carolina telling you that he needs 18 vehicles. I trust our sheriff. He says he needs it. I think we should fund it. We've got the money. And I'm willing to vote. And if it's voted down on consensus, then I'll move on.
Commissioner Davis.
I'm going to drop my comment. I don't see any need of sitting here. I'm fine. Go ahead. I made my request.
Y'all want to take a vote?
Sir?
You're okay with taking a vote?
No, sir, I'm not okay with taking a vote, but I don't want to continue arguing it.
Oh.
My comment was going to be about the amount we have funded the sheriff's department, which has doubled in recent times, but I'm not going to go there. There's no need of doing that. Sheriff is a great sheriff. Don't dispute that whatsoever. But again, we got to be fair with all our departments.
Well, right now I'm at the point whether we're going to ask the manager to provide additional information, and then we will know what the consensus of the board is moving forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Howell.
I'm fine with whatever you decide to do. You're the chairman on this, but the only thing I think, I have a problem discussing this through phone calls with individual commissioners. I think this is something as important as this need to be discussed in the public. So I would ask that either we take a vote today or we take a vote at the next meeting in the public. I think the citizens in Nash County deserve to know how their commissioners vote in support or not support of our sheriff's department. Again, as Commissioner Outlaw has stated, we're sitting on $48 million in our general fund. It's not like we're making an unreasonable request here, and I'm sure there's some other departments that can need some capital projects as well taken care of. And I think we only owe it to the citizens in Nash County and his employees of this fine county for as hard as they work to make sure we provide them with the tools they need to do their job safely and efficiently every day. Thank you, sir.
Well, putting the chairman in a tough situation here. I need a motion to see if we want to wait for the additional information. I just need a motion on whatever we're going to do.
Mr. Chairman, I move a consensus vote on these additional vehicles for the sheriff's office today.
Second.
All right, it's been moved properly. Been moved by Commissioner Outlaw and second by Commissioner Howell that we vote on the consensus of 18 vehicles for the sheriff's department, correct?
Question?
All right.
Motion.
Discussion on the motion.
All right. Is the motion that we are going to vote whether to take a consensus vote, or are we taking a consensus vote? It wasn't clear to me.
The motion is to take a consensus vote on the 18 vehicles for the sheriff's office, which doesn't include the 3 additional for the 3 new deputies.
So
They're already there. So we're talking about 8 additional vehicles.
All right. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your right hand. All opposed? Motion defeated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with that. In the public setting, we have made a statement about our sheriff's office, and I'm good if that's the statement of this board. I'm going to go forward with what this board agreed to do. I think it's a sad day, though, when our sheriff requests vehicles and he's not provided with those vehicles.
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to make a statement on the motion, I'd also like to make a statement. My statement in no way, or my vote in no way, shape, or form says that I do not support our sheriff, because I do. My vote was to get additional information, and I'm willing to come back and meet again and us vote in public and discuss in public once we have the information that was requested here. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner,
voting against that motion does not mean that we don't support the sheriff. We do. We're looking at, this is just one phase, the vehicles.
Mr. Chairman.
all right, Commissioner Wilkins.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and try to defend myself or what decision I made. I made the decision because I wanted more information, and for a fellow commissioner to make the rest of us try to feel like we are not committed to the sheriff's office and the public safety of our citizens, I find outrageous. And so, yes, I do want to wait, and with the county manager's recommendation that she poll us, and then it comes before us in June, and we vote. And if the majority of us want that, after we've seen the figures, then so be it. Thank you.
Well, the county manager had made a statement that we'll be having a public hearing on the budget in June, correct?
Correct.
And she wanted to have that budget in place so that we could have that public hearing, correct?
Correct.
So, Commissioner Davis.
I think everything I have thought on my mind has been said by a couple of other commissioners, but I want citizens of Nash County to know that Robbie Davis does not need another commissioner to tell him what he done and how he voted. It's been done before and wasn't appreciated on school resource officers, stayed in the headlines for weeks, used against me. It's not going to be used against me this time, because I can say what's on my mind and will say what's on my mind, and certainly am offended that another commissioner wants to indicate to the public how I feel. Completely unnecessary, completely non-professional. But it is where we are today with this board, and it's a sad day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Okay, Madam Manager, we can move forward.
Okay, the next item is for outside agency funding. And so there you see on the screen, got a little messed up. You can see on the screen, this is what the outside agency funding committee has presented in the past to the board. There was some feedback from a commissioner or two about outside agency funding, so I wanted to bring this final item back before the board to see if there were any additional comments from the board.
All right. Commissioner Wilkins?
Jokingly, I just want to say I'm glad to see that Assistant County Manager Tia Fula doesn't have the boxing gloves here today.
No, I should have worn them today, right? We should make that a thing. Okay. Okay, all right. That is it for the budget message presentation.
I think it's only fair if you would let Mr. Belfield get back in the room, since he seemed to have an issue with this before moving on. Just my fault, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, Mr. Commissioner Belfield, while you were out, we were discussing the outside agency funding by the county manager. Any discussion?
Yeah.
So Commissioner Belfield, this is the last item that I had planned to bring back before the board, the outside agency funding. And then you'll see there on the slide, the allocations that are being made in the current budget, recommended budget. These are the same recommendations that have been put before the board in our past budget work sessions. And I was just providing the board with an opportunity for any additional comments.
Well, I've already made my comment and concern
Yes, sir.
about the Wright Center.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Manager, Madam Manager, thank you. I guess we can go to item number 8.
Mr. Chairman, I did have one more comment or question for the manager.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for such a complete job on the budget. Very thorough, and you've done a lot of work. I wanted to circle back in the budget work session we had. I had mentioned a proposal to provide some additional funding directly to fire departments, and I wanted to see, was there any potential for including that? And if so, if you need me to sit down and meet with you or meet with the other members individually to explore that.
And so when you made the recommendation, it was my understanding that it was for us to be keeping that on our radar as we move forward with future budgets, and that is certainly on our radar. We are in the process of working with staff and the fire departments on some other taxing issues, and so we'd like to get some things straight with districts that are being served and departments that are receiving the funds for those districts that are being served. And so we've got that issue on our plate right now. We'd like to get that ironed out. And, but absolutely, you were heard, and consideration for that in future years' budgets. I think you will see that recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's also one item that was referred to the Commissioners' Public Safety Committee meeting.
The, for money to be, okay. Did you want to say that louder?
Well, you can repeat it for me.
That it's an item that's before the Public Safety Committee? So that's an item that's before the Public Safety Committee also. So more than likely, you'll be hearing a recommendation through that source as well.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Howell.
So just to be clear, to further comment on Commissioner Leggett's comment on request, should I say, for the $50,000 to help out. I think this is a bridge is what we're looking at. We know there's got to be some changes done within our fire districts and the way everything operates, and we're not there. Meanwhile, we're putting additional stress on these volunteer fire departments. One in particular that's in my district that we share, Commissioner Leggett and I, is Stanhope's. We're fixing to add a third school to that district. There's not a tax revenue opportunity there just because it's a rural area to increase that. So this is something we definitely look at, and we definitely can take it upon the Public Safety Committee. I just want to make sure that this board has had a pattern in the past of bringing things after a budget's been voted on and presented, of us adding something in that they wouldn't oppose. So I'm completely fine with discussing that in the Public Safety and bringing it back to the board. I just want to make sure that the rest of the commissioners are willing to accept that and review that after we've passed the budget. Because I think it's something we can't wait until
Absolutely.
next year. Something's going to have to be addressed this year, along with the issue that you and I have discussed as far as with
Right.
the tax districts are not lining up with the fire districts, and funds are going to the wrong departments at a large rate in certain areas.
Right.
So if the board, Mr. Chairman, if the board's good with that, I'm be more than happy to wait. Otherwise, if they're not, then we probably need to move forward with it before we take a vote on the budget.
Yeah. I want to say this about that. Surely if we offer any department $50,000 for whatever, and we know that the fire departments, yes, they are losing volunteers, and they have to, they need more funding. You know, we listened to a presentation from Johnson County about how they have tackled this problem, and we also know that we got 18 different tax districts in Nash County, and nobody's paying the same. And along with that $50,000, that tax district taxing need to be addressed. And we need to, this is a short-term solution, that $50,000. We need a long-term solution to the overall problem that our volunteer fire departments are facing. And we need the cooperation of all the chiefs. We're not trying to dictate how this be done, but we all need to work together to come up with a solution, how we're going to make equity in as far as our tax districts is concerned, and also bringing each one of our fire districts stations up to par so that they will be able to do the job that we want them and they need to be doing. Any other discussion? Okay.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next item. This is for Nash County's monthly financial data. Commissioner Howell has requested that the county post monthly financial data to the website. This action would require a vote of the board. Our finance office has reached out on the statewide listserv to inquire who posts data and how financial data is posted publicly. Out of 100 counties and 551 municipalities, 431 entities are active on the listserv, some with multiple email addresses, so the inquiries hit 659 inboxes. Nash County heard back from 4 jurisdictions. The City of New Bern posts monthly financials on their administration page. Harnett County posts their monthly financial link to the finance page. Wilson County includes their monthly financials at the back of their agenda packet. And the town of Leland posts monthly staff reports in its entirety on the main page of the website, including the financials. Finance also searched surrounding counties for this information on their websites and found that Franklin and Edgecombe also post monthly financials. Although it's not customary for me to make a request on behalf of a board member, I'm seeking a resolution to this matter. I'm presenting this information for you today for the board to weigh in on the following. Would you like Nash County to post monthly financial data to the county website? And if so, how would you like the data posted?
Discussion. Commissioner Davis.
I'm a little bit puzzled on this. Apparently, we must already do that because I've had compliments from actually some of the members of one of our municipalities, council member, that they wish they would do that like Nash County does it. So I guess they are seeing it by our status report. Is that public information, or where are they picking it up?
We don't post the status report on the website.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, other than our audit information, I don't know what exact financial information they're seeing, that they're appreciative of seeing.
Well, it was a monthly statement that they were seeing, so I don't really know either. I didn't inquire about it. I just took the compliment and kept moving. But is it a lot of work involved in doing that, or is it I mean, it looks like we got it when we get the status report.
You do get it when you, no, I don't think it would be, it would not be cumbersome. We would scan those financial documents that you get at the end of that report and post it to the website.
Okay. I'm going to find out where they're reading it at, because I don't really know.
Okay, that sounds good.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, only thing I can think, I know we have public records requests, and if the public wanted to see the financials, they could. And my concern is, well, there's not a concern of the citizens seeing it, but that they would misinterpret some of the data or listen to someone they trust who may also misinterpret the data. But I guess that's for them to decide, but that would be my concern. And I don't care what other counties do, but Nash County, if someone wants to know it, that information is there, and I feel like the staff will be more than happy to get it to the person if they requested it, properly. So, thank you.
Commissioner Howard.
Just a general question, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but just to follow up Commissioner Wilkins' comment. Typically, what's the average turnaround time for a public request for information, time we get the information back to the requestee?
I don't have that information. I can get it for you.
It would be
certainly depend on the complexity of the request.
average?
Again, to
mean,
turn around what's in the status report?
I've seen
I
a
would say
couple
few
come in,
days.
well, I've seen a couple come in that our attorney had to get involved in, just taking 30 to 45 days to get that back. And so, I mean,
Well, just the financials, that
Yeah.
wouldn't be,
I
any
wouldn't
time.
think, but I guess, Mr. Chairman, since joining this board, I've expressed strong support for expanding the availability of Nash County's financial information online for our public to view. Transparency is one of the most essential foundations of good government. Our residents expect it, and they deserve it, to understand how their tax dollars are being used, what priorities we are being funded, and how financial decisions support the services and the outcomes our community relies on. When this information is easy to find, clearly explained, and regularly updated, it strengthens public trust, reinforces the integrity of our institutions. Making this information publicly accessible does more than satisfy curiosity. It promotes accountability, it encourages civic engagement, it supports a healthier dialogue between government and the people it serves. Clear, user-friendly online financial reporting helps constituents understand priorities, identifying trends, and feel confident that their public leaders are being good stewards of the taxpayers' funds. It also reduces the administration burden on the county staff by minimizing repeated public record requests for commonly sought-after information. I want to emphasize that transparency is just not about compliance, it's about partnership. When the public can see how funds are allotted and why, it allows us to work together more effectively, whether it is planning for growth, supporting public safety, investing in infrastructure, or addressing emerging needs in our communities. By expanding this financial information to County Post Online, ideally in a centralized, easy-to-navigate platform, you have the opportunity to demonstrate leadership and set strong example of accessibility, accountable government, even small steps such as this, publishing it regularly, budget updates, annual financial statements in plain language, and can make a meaningful difference. I respectfully encourage my fellow commissioners to support this initiative to expand online transparency to county financial information. It's a simple, practical step that will build trust, increase understanding, strengthen the partnership between county government and the residents it serves. It's a fundamental step towards our commitment to open and accountability government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I have a question, just for my understanding. You mentioned a platform and being able to navigate on it, and I'm not prepared to offer that we have the capability to maybe do all the things that you just said. Your request was to post our financials, and we can post our financials, but
PDF. I think if you just post them as a PDF
it
on
just
the
concerned
site,
me, some of the things you were saying that.
in plain sight where they can access it.
Sure, but there would be no dashboard of be able to navigate and.
In clarification on that, it would be a month-to-date and a year-to-date summary of by department, by line item, and then each month we would just update it.
Sure.
Once a month.
Any other discussion? Okay, so what were you prepared to do? The monthly,
Mr. Chairman, if it so pleases the chairman and the Madam Manager, I'd just like to make a motion that we post these financials as we just discussed online monthly at her desire as far as whatever works out best, whether it's at the beginning of each meeting for the previous month, whatever works out is easiest for our finance director to assist you in that, to post that out there, to have it accessible for all citizens in Nash County to view at any time.
okay. Can you clarify which posting that you were talking, that would not include, that you could basically post without any difficulty that's available?
We're talking about the financials that you all receive at the end of the status report. We would scan those as a PDF document and post it to the website monthly.
Second.
Who made a motion? Wait a minute.
Pretty much.
I did, sir.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Howell made the motion, and second by Commissioner Wilkins, correct?
No, Leggett.
Commissioner Leggett. Okay, any discussion on the motion?
Question on the motion. Would that also include tax bills and who has paid a tax bill each month? Or does it include that? I don't know.
No, sir.
Should it include that?
I don't have a recommendation for that at this time, no, sir.
Is that public information, who has paid the tax bill on time, who has not?
Can they call the tax department and find out? Apparently, you can call the tax department and find out.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Commissioner Belfield.
The taxes.
Mr. Chairman, can I help explain? The Munis report that's generated monthly now by the Finance Department, it shows by department, by line item, month to date, what's been spent, and it has a cumulative year to date that's been spent for each department. We get it now, it'll be posted, available for all citizens to look at. Commissioner Davis mentioned something about taxes, but that was not in the motion that I made, sir. What I just asked for was to show by department what money is going in each line item for each department, to have accessibility for the public to view that. And it'll have a cumulative for a year-to-date total as well. And then once a month, they'll update it.
All right, any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Commissioner Belfield? No? Correct?
Okay.
Okay, motion carried.
Thank you, and before I do step away from the podium, I just do want to say thank you to all of you for your collaboration and work on the FY27 budget. We appreciate all of your feedback and our forward planning that we're going to be doing, but thank you all very much for your cooperation and your participation in all of the meetings that we've asked you to come and participate in. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, moving along, agenda item number 9, a resolution of the Nash County Board of Commissioners opposing modification to county property tax authority. We asked Commissioner Davis to present this, and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it says in the line item, on Thursday, May the 7th, the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners hosted a special call meeting for any managers in the state or any commissioners, and I feel certain all commissioners were made aware that this call was being done, and it was the second one they had done concerning bills in progress in the General Assembly this year. I have attended those two just because it's of interest to me, and I can do that at my office and work at the same time and listen to the meetings. I did attend this one as well, and it was a discussion which involved 270, I think, commissioners throughout the state. I may have that number wrong, but it was a request from the association to join in the 50, for us to, for each county to join the 50 other counties that had already passed this resolution. So I did ask the manager to find the resolution and put it, talk to the chairman about putting it on the agenda, and I see it is on the agenda. And so what I would do is request that the fellow board members vote to consider and adopt this resolution. The resolution is in your packet. If necessary, I'm prepared to read the resolution, but it is in your packet. Now, I know we're running short on time, and I know Commissioner Wilkins probably needs to leave sooner than later. So it's your decision, sir, where you want the resolution read, but I think it's very important, important due to the fact that it is an infringement somewhat, in my mind, to what local governments have always been charged with. Property tax is not an item that it's very clear in the general statutes, and of course, we all know it's our primary source of revenue. So that's my request, is to adopt the agenda, the
Okay.
resolution, so we can send it to the association, sir.
All right, the resolution is on the website. I don't think we need to read it at this time. Any comment on this resolution, Commissioner Leggett?
I'll just make a comment. I was unable to attend the call, but I have been following this item through the state legislature and with the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, and I would also support the resolution.
Any other comment? Commissioner Wilkins?
In spite of being District 7 Director for the North Carolina Association of Counties, which encompasses 5 of the counties surrounding us, I could not be on that call, and as many of you know, I had surgery May 6th, so I'm doing all I can to stay here today. But I definitely support this, and I thank Commissioner Davis for bringing this forward. It's something that is very needed, and I hope my fellow commissioners will vote yes.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Outlaw?
Can someone read the bill that we are voting on a resolution to oppose?
It's in the resolution?
The resolution's here, but the bill. Can someone read that bill? I don't even think that bill's been finalized.
No, this resolution is in opposition of any bill that's going to change the property tax. That's what the resolution is about.
So again, this month, we've got a resolution opposing something that really doesn't exist at this point. We did this last month as well.
No, that's not, we're opposing, right, you oppose something before it becomes a law. So we're opposing this because it's been introduced, they've been talked about, the association been talking about it, and we are just asking the county commissions to adopt this resolution, so, it's available to support it or not support it.
So I understand, I don't know much about this bill, but I understand this bill would give the people a vote on November the 3rd as to whether or not they supported it. And it's also my understanding that they would have subsequent votes if there were tax increases that were levied in the county. So,
Right, you explain why we need this resolution.
I think it has worked well. The Nash County Board of Commissioners proposing whether it be a tax increase or tax reduction. And we should let it stay like that. It has done well that way. And my understanding of the bill, that it has already been approved in committee but hadn't been brought to the floor yet. And
Commissioner Davis.
I think we need to be clear that this resolution doesn't address a given bill. It addresses the philosophy of creating a bill that would interfere with property tax revenue in the counties. It's not directed at anything specific. Any bill that's currently under negotiation, it's just a general statement. And it is very true, as Mr. Belfield said, that the idea of this is the problem. It's not going to affect Nash County one way or the other, simply because we've always been very fair with our citizens. You look how long it's been since we've had rate increases. We do like we're supposed to do in Nash County. The board always has. Some areas has not done that, and that's what's caused that. Maybe, well, I'm not going to get in because we're short of time, but the bill as itself does not address a given bill that's currently under negotiation in the General Assembly, just the philosophy of it, and I certainly think we need to support our association in this regard.
Anybody else?
One final comment, and I'll say no more, but I think we'd be better off to engage our legislators and try to impact any type bill like this by having discussion with them. I don't know if anybody from Nash has contacted our legislators, but that's always a good start, open up that line of communication.
All right, any other discussion?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow commissioners and citizens of Nash County. I'm in respect but firm opposition to adopt this resolution. While I appreciate the board's desire to protect local control and the important services counties provide, this resolution mischaracterizes the legitimate role of North Carolina General Assembly and the constitutional relationship between state and local government. Under our system of government, the state of North Carolina has both the authority and the obligation to protect its citizens from excessive taxation at every level. The sovereignty authority explicitly includes the power to establish levy limits, assessment caps, or other reasonable restraints on local property tax authority. These tools exist to promote fiscal discipline, prevent unchecked growth in government spending, and safeguard hardworking families and small businesses from steady erosion of their property rights. Property tax are not an unlimited resource. When they rise faster than incomes and inflation year after year, they place real burdens on retirees on fixed incomes, working families, farmers trying to keep the land in production. Citizens across North Carolina have rightly asked their state representatives for relief. Supporting reasonable, thoughtful reforms is not an attack on county government. It's a defense of the taxpayers who fund it. I must also address the broader context. In recent months, several boards and commissions within Nash County government have adopted resolutions attacking our state delegation within the General Assembly. The coordinated efforts give strong appearance that some members of the board may be using official county resources and the prestige of their bodies to pursue political agenda aimed at those who view as opponents. Such tactics erode public trust and distract us from the real work of government responsibility. The Nash County Board of Commissioners should not be placed in the middle of personal or partisan disputes. I urge my colleagues to reject this resolution. Instead, let us focus on delivering efficient services, controlled spending, and working collaboratively with the General Assembly on a balanced property tax reform that both protect essential county services and citizens who pay those bills. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, it was our state legislators who are playing politics to get points for this November. I call it like I see it. If they come after county property taxes, which is the bulk of our county revenue, we have to ask ourselves, what will they try to grab next and take authority away, local authority, away from the commissioners, from towns, and others. And talk about partisan disputes that my fellow commissioner mentioned. It's a partisan dispute, all right, because they're trampling on our authority to run this county. And I can't see, if we let this go, where does it end?
Where does it end? Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion?
Sir, we hadn't had a motion, I don't think.
We haven't had, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead,
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve the resolution as presented.
A second.
all right, then moved by Commissioner Davis and second by Commissioner Wilkins that we adopt the resolution. Is there a discussion on the motion? I know we done already had it, but Commissioner Howell.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I just respectfully request that this statement that I read be included in the official records of today's meeting, sir.
Say that again.
I respectfully request that this statement that I read be included in the official records of the meeting, sir.
Oh, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of the resolution, let it be known by raising your right hand. All opposed? Motion adopted for the resolution. We will go to item number 10. Lead service line replacement. Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nash County has been awarded lead service line replacement funds from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Water Infrastructure to inventory Area 2 Water District, Northern Nash Water and Sewer District, and Central Nash Water and Sewer District. The LSLR inventories are required to comply with the lead and copper rule revisions published in December 2021 to comply with the Environmental Protection Agency. The county currently has an initial inventory which had to be completed by October 2024. The initial inventory was completed using design documents, shop drawings, and record drawings of completed water main projects. To update this initial LSLR inventory, methods used will include gathering data via historical research, such as tap cards, well abandonment records, tax listing records, deed and plat research, etc. Letters for self-reporting to customers, and field verification, which includes meter pit verification or hydro excavation. Certified letters will be sent to notify of suspected lead or unconfirmed service material. Deliverables include written reports of findings, an updated lead service line inventory using NCDEQ's template, and an updated GIS layer with documentation and overall heat map of areas where replacement of services is warranted. Nash County completed an RFQ for engineering and surveying services to assist the county in carrying out the LSLR inventory scopes of work. The fee for the engineering and surveying services will be paid with LSLR funds. We received 5 proposals. Each proposal was evaluated based on qualifications, competence, and reputation of firm, experience of involved staff, ability to address local needs, availability, and hourly rate schedule. We initially presented our RFQ recommendation to the board in June 2025. Since that time, county staff compared the scope with numerous scopes from previously awarded LSLR inventory projects, in addition to speaking with fellow grantees regarding the cost. After these discussions, the staff worked to further define and detail the scope of work, negotiated costs with the recommended firm, and extended the grant term through December 2026. In your chairs, you should have had updated pages for the proposal that include quantities and an estimated line item cost on the basis of payment per unit and lump sum table. There is also an addition to the payment section of the next page in the proposal, specifying that the total is not to exceed $1,355,000 without board approval. For the recommended action, we recommend that the board approve the engineering and surveying services agreement with Mack Gay Associates in the amount of $1,355,000. And the attachments that you should have are the lead service line replacement inventory RFQ, and the engineering and surveying services agreement.
All right. Is there any discussion from the board? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Chairman, as you know, when this was first presented, I had a great deal of problems with it, simply the way it was structured and my not understanding really what we were doing. I think what we've been presented here today helps quite a bit to answer all of my questions, and it's really now kind of based more so than a lump sum contract almost up front, not totally, but it's itemized out how the firm will be paid moving forward. And what I didn't understand the first time also, and I think I understand this right now, is that it also includes when you have some lead issues at a home or the service line, it could also include what's included in the plumbing of the house, or if I understand what I'm read in reading the whole thing. So it is more detailed and more intensive than what I originally thought it was. So with the information we're given here today, I don't have a problem moving forward with it as Commissioner number 7. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, there a motion to,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the engineering and surveying services agreement with Matt Gay Associates.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second by Commissioner Wilkins and second by Commissioner Davis that we accept the servicing contract agreement with Matt Gay Associates. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11. Med Park Building renovation. Mr. Boone?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like every meeting as of late, I've had the distinct honor of bringing a change order or two to the board, and this meeting is no different. They're both related to the Med Park project, the renovation project. The first item, change order, is with Salisbury Moore, and this change order is related again to the Med Park building renovations project. The change order covers the cost of work to refurbish bathrooms not included in the initial scope of work. As you recall, we have a building that's about 53,000 square feet, and there's about 25,000 square feet of the building that is not included in the renovation project. So these bathrooms are part of the building that are not included in the renovation work. So this change order addresses work that is needed to replace bathroom partitions. That is in 8 of the restrooms, cleaning and refurbishing fixtures, that being sinks, toilets, and urinals, replacing 4 damaged sinks throughout the building, replacing flush valves and P-traps, replacing all the faucets in those bathrooms that are not part of the renovation project. I'd originally cited in my memo, you may have read 14, there's actually 12 restrooms, and then we have a workroom with a sink and a commercial-grade kitchen. And then the installation of exhaust vents in those restrooms, of which there are 9 vents proposed, replacement of a water cooler, and replacement of a hot water heater. The cost for the proposed change order is $146,201.19. No additional time has been requested on the contract, and the cost will be paid using approved contingency funds that the board approved when the contract was awarded when we started this project. Staff is recommending that commissioners approve the attached change order and authorize the county manager to execute same. One thing I do need to correct, if you will look at page 32 of your packet, it has a itemized breakdown of what constitutes the $146,201.19. I had requested some additional information. I do not have the updated change order. The change order will actually be a little bit less. You will see a unit price for the hot water heater on page 32. I believe, are y'all tracking that? You see it on page 32,
Yes, sir.
the itemized breakdown? Has a cost for the hot water heater of $4,821. That will be revised, and 25 cents. That will be revised to $3,675. And then the water cooler, original unit price was shown as $5,227.25. that will be revised to $4,450. So those two items together are $1,923. It will impact some of the other overhead profit that the general contractor has, maybe some of the bonds. But I do anticipate that change order will be reduced by about $2,000 for the 146, and that will happen before I bring the final change order to the county manager to sign if the board approves that today. So that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the board may have.
Any discussion?
Just a comment,
Commissioner Davis.
a little humor for today. My father corrected me many times, and Mr. Boone, you like to be precise. I'd like to point out that they are water heaters and not hot water heaters, if we could. Thank you, sir.
I'll make a note.
Thank you, sir.
Say that again, they not what?
I'm going back to something my father corrected me on many times growing up. Every time I'd call a water heater a hot water heater, he would correct me and say, if it was hot water heater, you wouldn't need the heater, that it was a water heater.
It is identified correctly on the scope of work.
It
So
is, sir.
I misstated. That is on me. I take full ownership.
That's correct.
All right.
He makes few mistakes. I think we need to point them out when he makes one twice a year. Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. Jonathan, thank you for going back and looking at that. And what is referenced on the water heater and on the water cooler is, if you'll notice, the rates are higher, and that water heater is about $1,200. I'm sorry, $1,200 to $1,400 on the water heater cost of the actual unit, and the water fountain is about $1,100 to $1,200. And of course, it's $10,000 to remove and replace those two and put them in. That was pointed out. I thought that was kind of high, so I'm glad to see that was revised. And I just would like for my fellow commissioners to consider something going into next year, that we need to start looking at these contracts a little closer. It's not our money, it's the citizens of Nash County's money, and we've been challenged to be the stewards of those funds. And I think we need to start looking at these contracts a little more in depth. And I know Mr. Boone's got a lot on his plate managing all this, so perhaps maybe it's something we can consider in the future, looking at some additional staffing that can help him in doing these projects, and also going through these contracts in a little more detail to save the county and the citizens some money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion to approve the change order?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Leggett,
Second.
second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, number 12, Med Park low voltage wiring contract. Mr. Boone?
Yes, sir. So again, we're still on the Med Park building renovation project. This is a contract with Network South that is assisting the county with the low voltage wiring that is needed in the building to basically provide connectivity for the workers that will be stationed there. And the change order that I have in front of you, again, is related to the contract that the board approved back on February 2nd with Network South. You recall at the time, we approved the contract. The board, however, approved the contract $202,523 to provide various network security and communication needs at the building. And while the scope of the project addressed the needs related to the renovated portion of the building, it did not fully capture some of the rewiring needed in the portions of the building that was outside of the scope of a renovation project. In addition, the health department has requested the addition of several security-related items to the scope of work, primarily cameras and upgraded door entry controllers, and additional wiring to support audiovisual needs within the building. Network South has provided quotes for each of the above elements requested. The work to pull the Category 6 cable runs, the old cable runs are Category 5, so that is some legacy infrastructure that was in the building. And to pull those for the remaining office spaces and to address the AV needs in the building. The most significant item of which constitutes $48,869.60 worth of work. And the remaining two items, again, the security-related equipment and the door entry controllers total $9,269.75. So again, it results in a total change order amount of $58,139.35 and an amended contract amount of $260,662.35. So based on the review and input from our MIS department, staff recommends that the Nash County Board of Commissioners approve change order 1 to the low voltage wiring contract with Network South in the amount of $58,139.35 and authorize the manager and/or her designee to execute the change order on behalf of Nash County. I'd be glad to answer questions you may have.
Any discussion? Commissioner Leggett?
On the first page, well, on the memo included in our agenda packet, it mentions that there should be some additional money needed to complete the wiring. What we're approving today does not cover that. Is that correct?
So actually, I think the additional elements are actually more hardware than wiring, is what we're waiting on, some of the network components that will be needed in the MDF and master data framework and the IDF. So there's one large room with a lot of equipment in it, and there's 3 satellite rooms scattered throughout the building. It's a 53,000 square foot building, and some of those particular hardware items have not been finalized yet, so I'm waiting on some numbers from MIS and Sandy Vick, who's coordinating with Network South on those items. But this should cover all of the wiring and the remaining wiring in the building. So it's
that
just
would be a
components needed in
subsequent-
that master data framework and the 3 satellite IS closets.
Okay, thank you. So that would come to us as a subsequent change order.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the change order to authorize the county manager to execute this same change order here? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Okay, let's see, item number 13, Central Nash Water and Sewer District Drinking Water AIA presentation. Mr. Boone.
Yes, sir. We're fortunate enough to have Mike Tolson with us today with Matt Gay and Associates. Matt Gay and Associates has been assisting the county with 2 asset inventory and assessment studies, acronym AIA. The first one is a presentation. We'll actually have 2 presentations. This is a condition of the grant established by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. And these studies, primarily the key elements involve mapping the system, make sure we know where our assets are to assist with operation and maintenance activities. It also includes an assessment of the condition of these assets, existing and future capital needs, and review of the county's rate structure. So the presentation is intended to provide the Board of Commissioners with an overview of this effort. And again, we've been working on this for, honestly, right about 3 years. But the first presentation that Mike will have for us is for the Central Nash Water Sewer District, focusing on the water system. And spoiler alert, the second presentation is for the Northern Nash Water System District, and that is on the sewer system. So with that said, I'd like Mike to the podium.
Good afternoon, Mike. It's been a long evening for you
Allowing me
sitting
to
back
come before
there.
you this afternoon. I am pleased to be here to present this final deliverable on this study, on the water study for the Central Nash Water and Sewer District. You guys hopefully have the slides in front of you and can kind of read along with me, because I'm going to go through this very short, very brief presentation, because there's not a lot to discuss on the Central Nash Water and Sewer System, because it is in very good condition. As Mr. Boone said, this was funded by the Division of Water Infrastructure, DWI for short, and it's an asset inventory assessment of the drinking water distribution system. Our focus was on Central Nash, which is a large, widespread system and quite a few miles of water main in the ground. To date, about 175 miles of water main to cover the county, which is a fair amount, and it's a lot of possible leaks and issues and things to deal with. So it takes a while to get all of that inventoried and to kind of ride herd on everything that's that you have to maintain and address. And you're serving about 3,800 current customers in that district, so pretty widespread, lots of customers and lots of things to possibly stay on top of. One of our biggest deliverables that we did was we pulled together an online GIS map of field-located assets, which we went out and shot survey-grade location of the meters and valves and hydrants in the system, and that included, each hydrant has a date stamped onto the back of its casting that gives you the idea of the age that it is, so we could use that to sort of age what the system was. We put together an asset management plan that included condition scores for each asset in the system. Since the system is technically not that very old yet, it is still well within its parameters and its usable service life, so we weren't seeing very many defects based on age or bad condition or poor condition of the system. We also put together a capital improvement plan that's a 10-year schedule capital improvement plan with recommended and proposed water improvement projects that we would recommend for out in the outliers in the system that would help the town to, the county to continue to improve water quality service and level of service to the areas out in the county where there are dead-end lines, put some loops in to help increase the pressure, increase a little bit of flow activity to a lot of the current customers and some of the infield customers that'll come into the system as you go through. And then we put a rate study together with water rate comparisons to show how you stood up and stacked between similar counties in the area, surrounding counties, and where you guys stood with it. So I'm going to go, I think I can I go back? Here we go. So this, is that Northern Nash? What is
Yeah,
it?
you going back to, where are you trying to get to?
I was trying to get to, there we go, right there. So if you'll look, what we did was put the Northern Nash and Central Nash system is a widespread system, but it makes more sense to put them all in one GIS model so you have everything on one screen at one time. So what you see there is a listing of all of the Central Nash water assets that are, I believe those are hydrants that are shown in that particular view, but you'll see we have them separated out so that you can simplify the system. Looking at a large map like this with all the assets that you have in it on a GIS system is nothing but a bunch of line work jumbled together that won't look like anything until you zoom in. So what I tried to do was simplify some of these scans and make it so that you could look at one layer is this, one layer is that. And so that's just a sort of indication, those 2 or 3 maps that you have that are the third and fourth pages are your locations of meters, locations of actual hydrants, locations of mains and valves in the system. And if you look, there's a lot of little black dots on the meters map that you have in there, and that's, as you can see, you've got quite a few meters running through the system that kind of litter that whole area that also define the general system that you've got. But that is accessible and it's online. You can look at it through an app on your phone. You can look at it on your desktop computer. I know that the operators use it quite a bit to help find valves and hydrants. There should be one here. There should be one there. We've located everything that we could above ground to date. And so what you see there is based on, if we shot it, it comes into the map immediately, and you can look at it immediately, and then as you zoom into it, and I'm not sure that it makes it into this presentation, it'll show it a little bit more in the Northern Nash one, but we have photo documentation of each meter and each hydrant that's attached to each of those assets. You can zoom in and kind of see where it's at in relation to a driveway, relation to a sidewalk, or some other feature, just so you can see, well, this is the valve I'm talking about, I'm on the right orientation, and there we are. So from there, we use that data that we find in the field to create an asset management plan, which is really an inventory. It's in and of itself of the system through field location, but then we assign a condition evaluation to each asset, like based on its age, it would be a 3, or it'd be a 2 or a 1 through 5, that you can put in a database that you could go through and look and see, I've got 45 hydrants that are at a condition score of 5, which would, according to this, be very poor, which we didn't have that anywhere, of course, but we put that data directly into the GIS model so that you can look on the screen, on GIS, or on your phone through the app to see what your condition score is and kind of get the feel for all of that. Overall, the condition score of the entire system, it would be, we rate it in a good, fair, poor rating because that's just the nomenclature and the standards of the system. It is basically in a good system, a good rating based on the age of the existing assets, with a few systems like you've got some booster stations that have shown some wear and had some malfunctions that have had to have some emergency repairs done. Those are moving parts, have a little bit shorter service life, and those kinds of things have to be looked at and repaired and kind of planned for in a more frequent position. But that one pump or that one booster station doesn't negate 175 miles being in very good condition score. And so it doesn't carry the weight that the rest of the system would as far as that goes. But those scores are all entered into the GIS database for each asset, and you can revise them as the time goes on. If they get to we get to a 15-year mark or a 20-year mark on their age, we can downgrade them, or we can downgrade them individually. However, it needs to be done as you edit your GIS and go forward. So if you go with me next to the next page, we've got the capital improvement plan, which is a 10-year projection of capital investment needs. And what we focused on there were loops and interconnects with the municipalities in the county, so that you can provide water to some of these smaller municipalities that you are not connected to currently, or they can then connect you. If they have a source of water, they can provide water to that section of the county possibly. There's some merit to both approaches, but really what it is to try and get everybody interconnected so that nobody is without water for very long if you have an emergency situation come up. But also the first 5 or I think it's about 9 projects on the drinking water projects for 25-01, and those numbers are all outdated because we did this started this back in 25, and they should all be 26-01s now, of course. But the Old Carriage Road at Oak Level and Barnes Hill Church Loop, we've got a $630,000 project proposed to loop the line to give pressure and connectivity between the 2 dead ends of that line. It would pick up infill customers that were able and not served currently. Probably not. The reason it was left as a dead end is because there weren't many houses out there, but as time has moved on, probably houses have come in and moved in, and it will help you to generate more revenue by going out and doing campaigns to get new customers. So most of those are what that is. Then we also have a SCADA project. We got a valve and hydrant insertion project, which it's always good to have additional valves and hydrants put into the system so you've got more access to cleaning and maintaining the system. And then we've got on here as the last one a Middlesex Interconnect project, which is a fairly sizable price tag of $4 million. That is a very large main to go and feed potential projects, but also to, it's a line under the highway, so it's going to be a very expensive project for those kinds of things. And then what we do to the right of that is we schedule those out in a 10-year fashion. We kind of break those projects out into 2-year periods and try to split them between budget years that way. But as you can see, what it does is gives you a total potential capital need over the system of around just over $10 million, which is a very expensive thing. But we look at the rates to how we're going to get the water comparisons for how you stack up with other towns, and we have to look at how we're going to either raise rates to generate that revenue. What you have there on that page is we look at how we compare with Wilson, Edgecombe, and Franklin counties, which are nearby, and your overall usage and your overall for 5,000 gallon a month usage. And we're sitting right in the middle of the pack, really, with between Franklin's got the highest, Wilson and Edgecombe are a little bit lower, but still in that $10 range for 5,000 gallons of usage. So with all that said, we've got this thing pulled together for the whole drinking water system is in good condition. It's good news. Future efforts should focus on loops and increasing customers, and then you need to begin reserving capital for the planned rehab and replacement as needs arise. The 40-year assets are eligible for grant funding requests, so you can go anything 40 years older and older is available for DWI funding for replacement. 20-year assets such as boosters and wells and pumps of that range are eligible, so you could go for the failing assets to replace and rehab stations. But you would need to take a look at it and just look at how your repairs are stacking up and where lines are beginning to fail. You're at that stage where they're going to start failing, and you're going to need to start looking at those kinds of things. That's it in a nutshell. I'm sorry for running on so long, but please, if you've got any questions, let me try to answer them more briefly, maybe.
All right, any questions, discussion? Commissioner Leggett? Commissioner Leggett?
I just want to thank you for your patience.
Absolutely.
You sat through our entire budget message, and hopefully you learned something
I
about
did,
Nash
I did.
County, so
Always love coming to these.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Davis?
Maybe, Mike, for Mr. Boone, or Jonathan more so than yourself, but I see us being able to use this tool also as it relates to when we're looking at these subdivisions, we've got one on hold right now, trying to find a way that it can be on county water rather than putting all these wells in. I think at some point the county's going to have to engage in having some funds available to participate. We're going to come up in our study that we are doing with the planning board, a formula by which we can require developers to run those water mains a certain distance based on number of lots and things of that nature. But there's some going to fall outside of that or just outside of that. And it's a shame for us to lose that opportunity to pick up 100 customers or whatever it may be. So maybe we can utilize this tool to come up with a way that we would have funds available, or the county would have funds available at some point to participate maybe and get the main where it needs to be, so the developer can use it and pick up the customers that are in these new homes and decrease the number of wells we're putting in. Just a thought I had listening to him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The only thing I'd say to that is this is just part of the, part of what we need to look at moving forward. This is really focused on maintenance of the existing system, not so much on expansion. This is looking at current assets, how to improve performance of the current system. Naturally, some of these things would result in expanding the system, but it's almost incidental to operation, not so much, again, our long-term goal of building a quote-unquote county-wide water system, but your point is well taken.
Right, understood. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Howell?
Question for Mr. Boone. So I look at this, basically, we're needing $10 million to basically start doing the replacement, to upkeep the aging system. Is that kind of what we're looking at for the next 10 years? Did I read
Well,
that
again,
right?
these are both kind of operational improvements where we're addressing some dead-end mains, we're looping system, but there is also some maintenance-related items. So Mike has identified.
Improved service and
Ideally, $10 million worth of improvement over the next 10 years, which I don't know that I don't know, I heard him make this comment, but based on those numbers and the numbers you're going to see in our next presentation, we definitely need to be cognizant of any grant funding opportunities that are available to us to help us with some of this work. Because while we have a decent-sized system, it still is a relatively small system.
And is there any funds in this year's budget, in the enterprise budget, for the water or sewer system to address any of the things that he's identified?
Not in the current budget. What we're focusing on right now is the projects, which, we're currently underway. Some are under construction, some are still under design and permitting. But the state ARPA funding and then some of that state legislative funding that we received. So those are focused on some improvements. Some of those projects actually address some of the items that Mike presented in the report today. Certainly not all of them. But it's more looking at location where we need to address dead ends and looping the system to improve pressure and water quality, not so much on maintenance. I believe Mike did have some funding in CIP for some maintenance-related items, but certainly not to the scale as what Mr. Tolson has presented to the board today.
So I guess we'll still use this until December, but I'm still the new guy, so help me understand. I know these are classified as enterprise funds, and there's been a lot of discussion from enterprise funds going back into the general fund, but what is the legal aspect, or where do we stand as far as using funds that's in our general account for capital improvement projects? Example, expanding water or that sort of, where do we stand on that? How does that operate, and what are the parameters or guardrails that we have to operate under?
I'm going to have to lean on our finance director to help us with that, answer that question.
Okay. So I did reach out to the school of government about this. It is not best practice, and it also, it's legal, but it could hinder us through the LGC to get loans and things like that if we have to subsidize an enterprise fund with capital from the general fund.
So from a financial standpoint, we're better off to go out and get some of these grants or either low percentage rate loans.
Yes,
And go ahead and do it that way.
yes.
And then obviously, the larger our water system is, I mean, I'm making the assumption we do operate with a profit on our water system. That we reinvest in the
Our
system.
goal is to not lose money every year. I wouldn't say we're generating much of a profit.
Right, and I'm saying the profit is to be utilized for reinvestment in the repairs and the maintenance of the system.
Correct.
Which it sounds like we're shorting ourselves now because we don't have enough to complete the maintenance that he's asking for, and we're subsidizing our sewer system currently with our water surplus. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, and I'd just like to add to Commissioner Davis's point, I agree with what he said as far as the new UDO. I think it's 3,000 feet maximum that we require developers to do, but is there anything that the county can do if the county pays that funding to have that line extended at our cost? Is there something we can put in the system that when new developers come by and they can connect to that line, that there's a fee associated with that to help pay the county back for that connection?
So one of the things that Mike Phillips and Alex Fuller is working on is development of or completion of a study looking at system development fees that address that very issue.
That way we won't, because the problem is we're growing, but yet we've got our existing citizens that we're putting financial burdens on, because when these new systems come in and we don't put them on a county water system, then they're drying up their wells. And what I'm being told from the citizens is it's running about $10,000 per well for them to go out and dig a new one, because a lot of them have shallow wells in and it's dropping the water table. So there is a way we can do that. We're looking into it.
Correct. We're looking at completing a system development fee study.
Thank you, sir.
And that's a tool that counties use that are seeing growth that is outpacing the ability to provide the infrastructure and trying to, again, keep existing customers from having to absorb that cost.
And then, can you clarify for me, are we the only county around us that does not have a countywide water system? I've been told that we're the only county in the surrounding counties that does not have a countywide water system.
I would say we're well behind our peers, but that was because of, and Commissioner Davis has opined on this before, historically, the county was reluctant at the time to take advantage of grant funding, particularly federal grant funding available to develop water systems that some of our peers took advantage of. So now we're behind.
Playing catch up.
And we're trying to catch up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. No further discussion. We're on item number 14.
You ready for the second presentation?
Hello again.
Yeah.
Now we're going to talk about sewer.
Let me know when you want advanced slides.
So as our deliverable for Northern Nash Water and Sewer District, we were concentrating on the sewer system that's in there, and primarily the existing sewer system that exists in town of Dorchester. It is a very small system. We have been fortunate enough to work with the town with the town and the county over the past few years to take that system over, or the county has taken that system over and operated it, but has spent quite a few various dollars in investing in the rehab of that existing sewer system that only serves 18 people at this moment, but is sized and has been sized to, it had a hotel on it at one point, it was a much bigger system back in the day when it was originally built. So again, same deliverables as the sewer system, as the water system earlier. We did a online GIS map of the field located assets. We did an asset management plan, a capital improvement plan, and a rate study for water and sewer studies. So as you look at, can you see my little blue star in the middle of the screen there? There we go, look at that. So that is where the Dorches system is. That is showing you Northern Nash and Central Nash all in one thing. Those are all the assets in the county system at this point that we have and have located. And as you go to the next slide, it goes a little bit closer and you can see, a little bit hard to see on this screen, but this is the sewer system that ties in. We have the Dorches lift station that is right here that is currently being rehabbed using county funds, ARPA funds, and everything else. They are rehabbing that existing station, and we were rebuilding a portion of the force main. That started about, well, the project itself probably started about 3 weeks ago. We've been in process with trying to get it designed. We did the design as part of this project so we could have a shovel-ready project when the ARPA funds became available and the county elected to use some ARPA funds and some other special interest funds. I'm not sure if I'm getting that right, Jonathan, but
State grant.
State grant, excuse me, funds to pay for the construction and rehab of that system. So when it really comes down to it, after that's done, the Dorches system, I'm gonna slip back into calling it a Dorches system, even though it's the Northern Nash Water and Sewer District. As you can see in our thing, we have a set of drawings that, next page is here. You can see these are from the original design drawings of it that are from the early 80s. So what we then have is a inset that shows this is the GIS online, and you can see that we have assets identified that are these little specific elements. And then as you look even further, this is what I was talking about earlier, where we have specific pictures of, we have rehabbed the existing manholes in that system. This is a before picture. This is an after picture of it being rehabbed. Here is some data about this specific manhole so that you have, all of that data has been put in through the online GIS deliverable that is available to the county to use, the field operators to use as they see fit. And as you look on the next slide, we've also got this portion of Maine here specifically. You can get some detailed information about it, but here is the most recent TV inspection that was done on that line, and it was rehabbed, and or if it needed to be rehabbed, it was rehabbed, but that is the investigation inspection. The operators can pull that up right on their phone and look at that out in the field to see what kind of data they have available for them. Moving on to the next step is the asset management plan. Same thing. We went through, we scored everything, and we put those scores inside of the existing GIS models for all of the existing assets so that we could score a line that had been relined or a manhole that had been rehabbed or a station that was being rebuilt or anything like that. Those are all available and in place inside of the existing GIS system. So the capital improvement plan on this one's a little bit different because there's only two things really left to even rehab or rebuild on the Northern Nash Water and Sewer District on the sewer side of things. That will be the Browntown Lift Station rehab, and then there's a force main rehab that could possibly be done. Everything else in the system at the conclusion of the current project where we're rehabbing the Dorches Lift Station has been invested in, has been identified and fixed, and will have been fixed. We hopefully will have a very suitable force main and pump station deliverable there at Dorches so that we won't have the issues that we've had with ongoing maintenance at that lift station since that hotel has been demolished and there is not as much flow on it as that system was originally designed for. But if you look at that, those two projects are meant to be, you see I've got them moved out into year 5 and year 10 because they're currently not giving us any problems. And so the immediate need is for the current projects to be finished. We don't really need to worry about this unless a problem arises until year 5, which is 2030 according to this, and then, or year 2035, which is year 10. Technically, that gives us time to be able to reserve funds to put aside to do that, but we'll also be looking at constant maintenance and upkeep that needs to be done. Routine maintenance gets done to pump stations, and we'll be able to keep an eye on that and work on that as we go forward. Next page is a water rate study, or is a rate study that we did for sewer. Same issues with this, Wilson, Edgecombe, and Franklin. Hard to compare you guys with another county. Not all the counties have sewer, so it's a little bit of a different apples and oranges kind of approach, but still in the general same ballpark on 5,000 gallons of usage. Nash is at 105, Franklin's at 99.60, Edgecomb's at 79.50, but I can't tell you anybody that I know that's on Edgecombe sewer, so I don't know that that's really an issue to be contended with. What we typically do when we do a CIP, if we move on to, come on, uh-oh, I messed up
We're
now.
trying to go back to?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Understood. Well, I guess we're done. So overall, the wastewater system's in good condition. That's due to all of the ongoing investment and rehab that's been going on. Remaining improvements are Browntown Station and the force main, projected for 5 to 10 years in the future. Probably need to begin reserving capital or think about it from that standpoint as you go forward. But then again, 40-year assets are available for DWI funding, and 20-year assets such as pumps and lift stations like that are available for rehab funding dollars immediately after 20 years of use. As usual, annual review of the repair frequency and maintenance efforts should be undertaken to reschedule and reprioritize the CIP projects that we put in here. None of the CIP projects in the sewer side are based on pressing needs, but they are always things you need to consider and factor into needing to raise money for. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions? Commissioner Howard?
And you may not know this, but what was the rehab cost for the Dorches plant to get it rehabbed?
The current project?
Yes, sir.
Lift station and force main, a little less than 900,000.
Right. 879, 899, something like that. And that's it will relay a 6-inch line, it'll relay a 3-inch line and tie back over into a 6-inch line and rebuild the pump station into, it'll take it from being what we call a centrifugal station to a submersible station, but make it into a lot better profile for pumping as far as what we have there and what the scalability is.
And the treatment, the actual facility itself, what type of treatment facility is it?
Well, all that's pumped to the city of Rocky Mount.
So we don't actually, so Nash County does not have a sewer system at all. We're pumping out all to Rocky Mount.
We have a conveyance system.
Yeah,
We do
don't have
not
it,
have
yeah.
a treatment system.
Okay. And this system in Dorches, did I hear you say it's for 18 customers?
It's 18 currently. I don't think it's been a few more here or there, but it's never been more than, many more than that. But it does have you have a large water user that's the rest area, that's using water, and they're also a sewer customer. So you've got a couple of large users and customers, and used to have a hotel that's down there where All Red is now, that was a big user at a time, when it was originally conceived and when it was just the town of Dorches system. Has since gone offline and not there. So you've got a system that was built to handle a lot more flow than it needs to on a daily basis right now. So what we're doing is right-sizing that pump station with this project that's going on to make it's still going to have some expandability, but it will be a smaller station to be able to pump into the system that it's got to pump into.
Okay. And then we have 246 customers total in the county on our sewer system.
Yes, sir.
And so 18 of those are on the Dorches and the rest of them scattered throughout.
That is correct.
Okay.
Most of those are actually in Central Nash, strung out along NC 97 from the Bel Air subdivision out to, what's the crossroads where the shopping center is.
And there's 539,000, which is needed for maintenance and replacement of stuff over the next 10 years. This is just for the Dorches system. This does not include the rest of our sewer system.
That is correct.
Do we have any idea what we're looking on the rest of it?
That will be presented with the AIA study that the Wooten Company. We also had a AIA study for Central Nash Sewer, and Mike completed the study for Northern Nash Water, but they'll be coming to present that information to the board as well. One of the things I'll remind you in Northern Ash, again, Mike highlighted with his rate study with those 18 customers, and I think this is where you're going, but maybe I'm taking a little bit of a leap here. $500,000 investment in the system, when we got 18 customers, is a lot for 18 customers to absorb. So economies of scale is working against us, but if the system is expanded to accommodate that proposed residential development on Green Hills Road near Northern Ash High School, then that will give us a little more flexibility in terms of funding future improvements to the wastewater system or systems within the Northern Ash Water Sewer District.
But we're still going to have to use our water system to subsidize it for an extended period of time until we can get a significant number of customers on the sewer system, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lake?
One more question. The GIS data, is that only for use internally for Nash County, or is that accessible publicly somewhere?
So it's online, it's in the cloud, and it could be, a user name and password could be, but that is at the discretion of the public utilities. I would caution against making it available widespread to anybody, but it is typically a username and password that we can provide for guests to look at, but you wouldn't be able to do anything but just look at information on it.
Sure.
But with that said, that is, we leave that up to the utility when it comes to that. What we hand to the final delivery we hand over is basically a housed system that is in the cloud that is secure with passwords, but the passwords are at the gatekeepers here, so.
Okay, thank you.
So just to expand on that, the first objective was just get a comprehensive inventory of our system, water and sewer, which is AIA grants certainly advanced our efforts in that regard tremendously. Our next step would likely be to take advantage of this information and leverage the investment the county already has in GIS with the tax information and everything else that we currently make available to the public, and possibly export some of this information into that system. So we're not operating two systems. So to make some of that information available to the public, but not to the degree that, they don't need to know inverts and condition ratings and see Mike's pictures of fire hydrants. They don't need to have that much information. But we're all looking to leverage the work that's done here to expand the information that we make available through the county's GIS system.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, we will go to item number 15, Housing 2024 Urgent Repair Program. Ms. Snatch.
Sorry if my teeth are chattering. Okay. The first one is the Housing 2024 Urgent Repair Program. This is a closeout of the project budget ordinance. Nash County was awarded $132,000 in the 2024 cycle of urgent repair program funds by the NC Housing Finance Agency. The project also included a local match of $5,000. 10 units were assisted with deferred loans to low-income homeowners for crucial repairs that enabled the residents to remain in the home. The recommendation is to approve the closeout budget ordinance.
Okay, you heard the recommendation. Any discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Next item, number 16, Northern Nashville House Capital Project Ordinance. Closeout.
This is also a closeout. The attached project ordinance amendment is presented to close out the budget ordinance to the Northern Nash Fieldhouse Capital Project. The project was funded by both Nash County and the Nash County School Board. Nash County provided $3 million towards the project, and Nash County School provided the remaining $2,115,519. The recommended action is to approve the capital project budget ordinance closeout.
Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the
Move for approval.
closeout?
Second.
Commissioner Davis.
It was Commissioner
motion
Outlaw.
and-
It was Commissioner Outlaw.
Commissioner Outlaw? Okay, Commissioner Outlaw, sorry. Who second?
Second.
Commissioner Wilkins, second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Item number 17, budget amendments.
The following budget amendments are presented for the board's consideration for fiscal year 2025-26. The first one is a budget amendment to budget controlled substance tax for the purchase of a fixed LPR system in the amount of $55,000. Keep going. The second one is for the jail. The budget amendment is to budget additional fund balance for inmate outside housing, medical, and meal expenditures in the amount of $280,000 from fund balance. Number 3 is public buildings. This budget amendment is to budget additional fund balance to cover building maintenance items and supplies for county buildings in the amount of $60,000. The fourth one is solid waste. This budget amendment is to budget additional fund balance to cover hauling and disposal from the convenience sites in the amount of $150,000. Number 5 is the sheriff. This budget amendment is to budget additional insurance proceeds for vehicle equipment and supplies and fund balance for informants. The insurance proceed amount is $7,340, and the fund balance for informants is $10,000. And number 6 is a fund balance appropriation. This budget amendment is to budget additional fund balance to cover MIS telephone and Parks and Rec facilities, gasoline, utilities and garbage pickup, and administration building utilities, building maintenance, and equipment maintenance, combined with the reallocation of budgeted expenditures from non-departmental to cover various departments' FY26 salary and benefits. The salary part was based on the transition to biweekly payroll and the 80-hour payout that we offered the employees.
Okay, any discussion on any of the 6 budget amendments?
One question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Item number 2, the transfer from fund balance on the jail. Wouldn't we normally use funds in the existing budget and make a budget amendment to do that, or are we out of funds in that particular budget?
There are no funds in that budget.
There are no funds in the total budget, lap salaries or anything else that could be utilized for that?
We use lap salary in last meeting's budget
Okay,
amendments.
okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. And this is to get them through the end of the year.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you. I know we met here recently a while back, and on that number 2 as well, I believe the Sheriff's Department had requested, I think it was $750,000 ballpark for that line item for meals there. I know the current budget that we had proposed was $550,000, which was going to be a shortfall already. Have we went back and revisited that for the upcoming budget? Because I know they were basing that off of, they're spending each week $12,600, so times 52 weeks is $655,000, plus opening the dorms 4 and 5 is another $66,000, and then 12 additional would be 22. So I think that brings it like $743,000.
We'll take a look at that.
I mean, because that would prevent us from having to do these budget amendments if we would at least attempt to schedule them for at least what their average is currently with the proposal for the openings as well. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion to approve all 6 budget amendments? Mr.
Second.
Bellfield made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 18, Board Adjustment, Board Appointment.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening.
Whichever is your preference. We have board appointments here. We will start with the Nash Community College Board of Trustees. Please consider the new appointment of Mr. Kevin Jones to the Nash Community College Board of Trustees. Mr. Jones will serve the remainder of the term previously held by trustee member James Mercer, who has resigned. A letter recommendation is included in your packet from Nash Community College Board of Trustees Chair. Mr. Jones is eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment. If approved, the remainder of his term will expire June 30th, 2026, and the Nash Community College Board of Trustees intends to submit a reappointment request to this body in June.
Okay. You heard the recommendation?
Move for approval.
Been
Second.
moved by Commissioner Davis and second by Commissioner Outlaw, that we approve the appointment. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Thank you so much. Next, we have,
I thought I heard something. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carried.
thank you.
All right.
Next, we have the Board of Adjustment. There's currently a vacancy on the Board of Adjustment due to the resignation of regular member, Mr. Oscar Bruce. A new alternate member, number 3, needs to be appointed as his replacement to serve a 3-year term from May 1st, 2026 to April 30th, 2029. Mr. Bruce resides in Commissioner Belfield's District Number 2. We have 2 applications for your consideration, Ms. Deborah Battle and Ms. Geraldine Hill, both of whom reside in Commissioner District Number 2. Their applications are included in your packet for review.
Mr. Chairman?
Chair recognizes Mr. Belfield. I recognize you, sir.
In our regular monthly meeting, I recommended Deborah Battle, but I didn't have an application for her, and we said we'll let her fill out the application, and then we'll vote on it. And I'm still in favor of, I see somebody got Geraldine Hill, but I'm still in favor of Deborah Battle being put in that position.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Wilkins.
I would like to nominate Geraldine Hill for this position simply because looking at her completed application, it was thorough. And I grew up in Washington, D.C., and anyone who spends 40 years in Baltimore City as an educator and department head and assistant principal, as well as has been on the Nash County Board of Elections, Neighborhood Association, the Salvation Army, to go on Continental Society, Meals on Wheels, to name a few. I really believe that she would serve this board well on the Board of Adjustment, or Nash County well on the Board of Adjustment. So I put forth Geraldine Hill for nomination.
Okay. I'm going to take this as I'll allow Commissioner Belfield to make his motion.
I didn't understand you.
I say I'll allow you to make your motion since this is your
Okay,
district and you.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we appoint Deborah Battle to the Board of Adjustment, filling out.
Is there a second?
That Bruce was in that position, and he resigned. He got injured on the job. And so I recommend Deborah Battle replace him.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second that motion. All right, any discussion? No discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Mr.
All in
Chairman,
favor,
point of clarification, so we're voting on who? Which individual we got, because we had 2 candidates.
We're voting on Deborah Battle. He nominated Deborah Battle.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And we would, his district, I was letting him make his motion first, and he brought it up at the last commissioners meeting. I was doing a courtesy, okay? All right, so we will carry out the vote. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand. Right hand. All right. All right, all opposed? All right, motion failed. All right,
I make a motion that we accept Geraldine Hill to the Nash County Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Second.
all right, motion by Commissioner Wilkins. Who's second? Commissioner Leggett? All right, any discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. All opposed? Motion carried. All right.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, I would not go into anyone's district and put up someone opposing the commissioner's nomination. And I just hope we don't get in a position now that we're gonna start that. Would you want me to go into your district and name someone to oppose who you nominate? I don't like that and don't appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully ask that I be excused from the remainder of the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, all right, let's go to the next item.
Yes, sir. Next, we have the Turning Point Workforce Development Board. Please consider the appointment of Ms. Vernica Roberts to the Turning Point Workforce Development Board. Ms. Roberts previously served on the board while employed by an employer in Wilson County. She is now employed by McLean in Nash County and is eligible to serve as an employer representative for this Nash County. Ms. Roberts is willing, eligible, and recommended for appointment. The Turning Point Workforce Development Board requests that the Board of Commissioners approve her appointment as a new member in recognition of the knowledge and experience she brings to the board. If approved, her 2-year term will run through June 30, 2028.
You heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
A motion by Commissioner
Second.
Outlaw, second by Commissioner Howell. Any discussion on the motion, nomination? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you so much. The last two are just vacancies for this board and communities awareness. First, we have the Agriculture Advisory Board. There's a vacancy on the Ag Advisory Board, and it's essential in supporting and advocating for agricultural interests in Nash County. Members of the public are encouraged to submit their names and contact information for potential candidates, information of potential candidates for consideration. And the same for the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. There's currently a vacancy on that board. The mission of the Braswell Memorial Library is to nurture lifelong reading and learning, provide access to information, and promote community enrichment and achievement. And commissioners are asked to identify and submit a recommendation to fill this vacancy. That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, item number 19, committee report, special report. I'll call on Freddie Howard, Vice Chair, to present the commissioner's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start off with District 1 with our chairman, Marvin Arrington, please.
All right, District 1, Juvenile Council, Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. I appointed,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I'm gonna have to leave.
okay.
My wife,
Do you want, do you have a report to give on any of your committees?
have what report?
Do you have a report to give on any of your committees before you leave? We were giving committee reports.
You're giving committee reports. Do you want to report on your committees before you leave?
Well, Upper Coastal Plain Council of Government meets tomorrow at I said, I told you 4 o'clock, but it's 5 o'clock. And Tar River Transit has not met since they passed the budget. Applying for money, transportation from state and the federal government. And so we haven't had a meeting in 2 months, so those are the two. And the other one hasn't had a meeting, farmer's market.
Okay.
But I have done some observing of the farmer's market. It's moving smooth and well, and people are really going out there buying from the vendors. And that's my report.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, Commissioner Howard. I just wanted to let him have a word before I finish. Okay, the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, myself and Commissioner Wilkins, we're on that. I missed the last 2 or 3 meetings because we've been having public safety meetings the same date, so I really don't have a report to give on that, other than I know they have passed their budget for this year. Capital projects, we both, Commissioner Leggett and Commissioner Davis, I think he's going to give a capital project report.
I'll be very quick. You always get a summary of these in your mailbox pretty soon after that. We had it last week. There were 13 items that we got an update on. We've got a lot going on in capital projects, as you know, in the county. Staff is doing a great job looking after all of them. We got an update on the senior citizens expansion, update on the EMS warehouse proposed that this board has voted on to move outside the pet connections. We got a update on the Middlesex Shell Building, and when you get this, it'll give you the details rather than take so much time, because we're going to be sitting on the planning board if we sit here much longer. And we got an update on all of our water and sewer projects, and update on the Southern Nash Water Wastewater Planning Grant, which we've been working on for a long time. Got a great update on the courthouse renovations, which is going along very well. I'm very pleased to see that, because that was a tough project. Renovation on an old building like that is always very pragmatic, but seems to be going extremely well. We had an update on the Med Park building, which you had a couple of change orders today, and we did agree to meet the next time at the Med Park building so the committee could get a tour of the building and where we were at on that. And then our water and sewer projects, we got an update on all of those throughout the county as well. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
All right, thanks. The ARPA group, we have pretty much dispersed all our funding, and I think we dispersed the last part of the interest. That was part of the water project, the Northern Water Project, make no mistake. The Parks and Recs Committee, I'm going to refer that to Commissioner Outlaw. I'll skip down to the Gateway Technology Center Board. I'll attend the Gateway Technology Partnership Board meeting back in April. Mr. Bob Pike he's the chairperson, and we approved the financial report for the previous months. We approved the fiscal year budget for 2027, which is like $262,660.56. We hear reports from NC State, East Carolina collaborative programs that help along with recruiting and educating prospective employees. The North Carolina Wesleyan College University, they gives a report, and Upper Coastal Plain Council also update on that committee. So let's see, the next is the Public Safety Committee that I serve on. The Public Safety Committee meeting, we met last on the 14th, but basically what we do is we bring all the Public Safety Committee's departments together, and we discuss some of their department issues. We review their staffing, their recruitment, facility issues, and basically what we also do is the last meeting, we discussed recruitment, retention strategies, so each department presented their insight on strategies for retention and recruitment. We discussed legislative funding of our various projects that will be passed on to the next state budget. And we also discussed some key drivers for departmental strategic plan, our strategic plan for public safety building. So we had some preliminary site discussion for our public safety site that we might possibly try to view in the future. That's pretty much what our public safety department committee has done. I'm also on the home, one more minute here. The Home and Community Block Grant Committee, and they recently met, and they fund the Recreation and Senior Citizen Department, Action Health Staffing, By Faith Home Care, Rocky Mount Meals on Wheels, and the Wright Center. And they had a reduction this year of $35,447 in their funding allocation for all those agencies, but they passed the budget, and that completes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll go to District 3. The Volunteer Ag District Advisory Board has a meeting this upcoming Thursday at 5 o'clock. The Economic Development Alliance, I believe that committee is basically on hold at this point, based on the chairman's request. The Farmers Market Advisory Board, everything is going well at the Farmers Market. They are working on, I think, our manager discussed it at the last meeting, but the Nashville Farmers Market is hosting Nothing But Nash event coming up Saturday, June the 20th, from 5 to 8. There's a limited number of tickets. So there'll be live music and food and fellowship at the market there, and that's kept back in the county. Those funds will be used for projects in the county around the farmers market. The high-speed internet, we've not met in a while on that, but I have got some feedback from citizens in the county that have seen movement with internet in areas we didn't have it before, and it's all been positive feedback. And as Chairman discussed, a public safety committee a while ago. So this time, turn it over to District 4, Commissioner Sue Leggett.
Okay, thank you so much. First, I will bring an update from the UNC Health Nash Board of Commissioners. If you haven't been by the existing hospital campus lately, please ride by there. The construction continues on the new inpatient bed tower, which they expect to complete near the end of 2027. Progress is really coming along. There are 2 medical office buildings being built in the county. One is in Nashville off of the exit for Reddick Road, and then the other one is in Middlesex. The Middlesex campus will include an imaging center. They recently received their certificate of need for a freestanding MRI, so that will help reduce wait times for those for MRIs here in the county. UNC Nash is also doing a lot of work to receive patients transfer patients into the facility there. So that's helping increase volumes there, and it allows the hospital to add some specialties such as gastroenterology and interventional radiology. And so that's just more services that are available locally. Also, just to toot their horn a little bit, they were recognized, UNC Health Nash was recognized this spring by the Nash County Public Schools as its Career and Technical Education Awards Emerging Partner of the Year. So they really made a commitment to partnering with the school system to provide hands-on experiences, mentorship, and workforce connections for students. In addition, UNC Health Nash is going to welcome more than 40 new graduate nurses this summer into employment at the hospital. 30 are from our local community, which include Nash, Edgecombe, Pitt, and Halifax counties, and then the others are from various four-year universities. Nash has had an 88% retention rate for the most recent 29 new graduates that joined their staff last year. Next is the Natural Resources Resilience Committee. They last met on February 11th, and the next meeting is in July. At the February 11th meeting, they reviewed various stream rehabilitation projects that are ongoing. Also recap landowner land summit that was very successful. Thank you, Commissioner Howell, for recapping Farmers Market. Thank you, Commissioner Davis, for the report on Capital Projects Committee, and that is my report. Thank you.
This time we'll go to District 5, Commissioner Wayne Outlaw.
Thank you very much. Nash Community College Board of Trustees, effective July the 1st, Russell Proctor and Angela Gaillard will continue for a second year as chair and vice chair of the board. It's normal for these leadership positions on this board to continue for 2 years, and I just want to give a shout out to both of those. In my opinion, they're doing an excellent job. You received a handout from President Honeycutt at our joint meeting, which gave a lot of information on enrollment and other matters going on at the college, so I'd refer you to that. RPO TAC, nothing significant to report. Our next meeting is June the 17th. MPO TAC, that meeting was actually today at 4 o'clock, and I advised the facilitator that I would probably be tied up in this meeting. Parks and Rec, if you'd reference an email to be provided by Thomas Gillespie, Parks and Rec Director. For internet, high-speed internet, if you'd reference an email to be provided by Emily Moore on that matter. I would note down under Commissioner Wilkins, they're showing her on the high-speed internet committee, but I believe that would be an error because myself, Commissioner Howell, and Commissioner Davis serve on that committee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. This time we'll go to District 7, Commissioner Robbie Davis.
District 7, TDA, Tourism Development Authority, we had our funding meeting this past Tuesday. Had a record number of requests for funding, a total of 18. Meeting lasted a very long time, but we got through it all and it went well. Our revenues are down a little bit because of economic in people's personal pocketbooks, I guess you would say. And so our hotel nights have gone down some. I went on and gave, before it was approved by the committee, a list that I left at each one of your table. Looks like this, that gave you the request that we got and what was funded by the board, just so you would have that. I picked up a little, as Mr. Howell knows, I sent him something a little bit earlier, but I thought we had a board member that got contacted that had got some bad information. I'm not sure where, it doesn't really matter, but that is the actual funds that were approved. These minutes have not been approved. I caution you on that, but I do think it is correct what you got on that sheet. Who asked for money and what money they got. Any questions on that, I'll be glad to try to answer them, or please feel free to call me after you get a chance to look at it. Moving on down my list, the High-Speed Internet Committee has been reported on, Parks Committee has been reported on, Capital Projects Group reported on, Economic Development Alliance. The last we have not had a meeting on that. The ARP committee, as Chairman said, we're really not meeting because we basically spent all the money. Trillium Health Resources, they did have a meeting, a luncheon meeting in Greenville that I was not able to attend due to my time in Tennessee. And we've got a meeting coming up soon here. And then Public Safety Committee has already been reported on by Commissioner Howell, so that's my report. And if there are any questions on TDA, please give me a call.
Mr. Chairman, it's all yours.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Howell. If there is no other business, item number 20 is to recess our meeting. I call for a motion to recess the meeting until May 27, 2026. For the Nash County Board of Commissioners joint meeting with the Nash County Planning Board located at the Nash County Recreation Center, 981 Old White Oak Road, Nashville, North Carolina, from 4 p.m. until 6 p.m.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Outlaw.
Second.
Was there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion on it? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we are recessed until May 27, 2026.